to. Just give us 2 seconds. Poor consultants. And maybe I can just say, for the purposes of the live stream, that we have adopted the minutes, and we're reconvening after some technical issues. Okay, we're good to go. Thanks, you guys. Thanks, Jake, for that problem solving. Well done.
So where we left off was discussing the location of pump station 1 in relation to potential sources of contamination. The location near Royston Road and Marine Drive is shown by the green square, and the areas of known environmental concern are in red in the circles. There was an area that had been exposed to a large spill of home heating oil from a bulk plant in 1996, and an independent remediation followed. But 5 lots in the adjacent area and the roadbed were implicated in the spill, including migration offsite. We recommend a phase 2 type site assessment that includes sampling to determine just what the risks are to the project, dependent on the final or the options of the locations that are proposed for the pump station.
Oh no. Sorry, we're now having difficulty advancing with slides.
There we go. So this is the location to the right of the image, showing the 2 possible pump station locations in the foreground and background. And then on the left of the image is the site of the spill that had taken place in the 90s, with the roadbed that was also implicated in the center of the image. Pump Station 6 near Union Bay is another area that is adjacent to a known site of contamination. This one's associated with waste coal piles, coal shipping wharf, coal washer, and coke ovens. And there has been some remediation also taking place since the mid-90s in this area. The green site of Pump Station 6 shown here, and the red dot just to its left. The site 56 there of the area of potential environmental concern isn't necessarily located right on those coordinates. It could be anywhere within that general area. So pretty much anywhere you're going to put the pump station should be preceded by a site investigation. This is the existing roadbed that accesses the proposed location in the background. It's a new roadbed, but I'm not sure whether there's been any investigation within that roadbed. So it's not just the pump station site, it also might be the alignment of the trenching for the new pipeline.
All right, so in investigating environmentally sensitive areas, we looked at things like ecosystems, sensitive habitats, terrestrial and aquatic habitats and species at risk. So we first did this looking at these components within the project footprint and also in the surrounding areas, what we called the working limits of the project. So Dusty defined that kind of 100-meter buffer for looking at contaminated sites. For the ESAs, we used a 30-meter buffer around the force main alignment and 100 meters around the pump stations. So just to give us an idea of areas around the footprint that could possibly incur any impacts. So we did this firstly with a thorough desktop review of existing databases and mapping resources. So this provided information such as actual recorded occurrences of species at risk, any critical habitat that they depend on, locations and state of bald eagle nests and great blue heron colonies in the area, other species with the potential to occur right along the route, as well as the fish species that have been recorded in some of these water courses along the way. So we followed that up with field surveys to further investigate some of these ESAs that were highlighted in the desktop review. So in looking at the Conservation Data Center, the possible at-risk ecological communities that excuse me, are found in the general region, the greater region, we determined that 13 are possibly occurring right along the project route. So next, there's also 4 sensitive habitats according to the sensitive ecosystem inventory that can be found right along the project within those working limits. So to bring this map back up, Dusty pointed to it a few minutes ago, the pump station #1 location. So it's a little bit tricky to see on this screen, but there's kind of a light purple polygon right along the foreshore area. Hopefully you can see that. So that corresponds to an SEI habitat considered a wetland and also secondarily sparsely vegetated. It also corresponds to an ecological community at risk. And this is the seashore saltgrass and Pacific swamp fire ecological community. And the next slide. So the photo here is of that foreshore location. And the plant that is abundant in this picture is the seashore saltgrass, and that's a red listed plant species as well. So it's important to note that the pump station #1 location, the footprint doesn't overlap with this foreshore area and the sensitive habitat, but it is important to highlight that it is there. There will need to be mitigation measures in place during construction at this location just to prevent any encroachment into this sensitive area and also help minimize the risk of any substances, construction debris, that kind of thing migrating towards this sensitive area. Okay. So in terms of terrestrial fauna, there's the potential for more than 70 species of bird to be found right in this project area within the working limits of the project, including 13 at-risk bird species. There's a variety of mammals as well, including large carnivores, bears, cougars, ungulates, mustelids, so weasels, rodents, and bat species, including 6 at risk, and 14 possible amphibian and reptile species. So of note, the proposed alignment runs right down Highway 19A, so within an existing road prism. However, right adjacent to the highway is great habitat for a number of these species. So there's dense vegetation, mature, forests that are undeveloped areas, particularly in the southern region, southern area of the alignment. Of course, as you go north, it becomes more developed along Cliff Avenue. But in the south area, those large tracts of forest provide connectivity opportunities between habitat types and migration corridors for some of these species. So although the alignment is within the road prism, the bordering areas are quite valuable. So there are, according to the existing databases, there are 5 active bald eagle nests in close proximity to the alignment. And actually no active great blue heron nests in close proximity. This is according to the Great Blue Heron Management Team Atlas. However, it is important to note that there are historical colonies in the area and foraging habitat is abundant right along the coastline. So it does provide great potential habitat for great blue herons. So there is a strong likelihood that there could be nesting great blue herons in the area. So to pull up another snippet of a map here that we, let me see. So this is the Trent River running from kind of the bottom to the top of the map there. And the 2 yellow circles are bald eagle nests. So I just wanted to highlight what our spatial data, how we compiled it into these maps. So this is just a snippet of one of them. So those 2 nests are considered active. So it is important to note that bald eagles do have typically, 2 or 3 or more nests within a nesting territory. So this is likely the same breeding pair. So another point is that active was defined for the purposes of this study as having breeding activity within the past 10 years. So with these 2 being noted as active, it's likely the same breeding pair, and they kind of just alternate between nests between years. So a ground survey wasn't completed as part of this EIS. It wouldn't have provided that much additional valuable information because construction isn't going ahead, in the current breeding year. So it will be important to conduct ground surveys within the breeding year that corresponds to construction. So that is to actually identify which nests are active during that current year. As new nests could pop up, other nests might not be used. So the take-home message is that there will almost certainly be a number of active nests right along the proposed route. However, we're fairly confident that because these nesting birds who have historically nested in the area, they're pretty accustomed to human disturbance. They're in residential areas, industrial areas. They're used to traffic on the highway. So through mitigation measures and a monitoring plan, we're confident that impacts can be minimized to these breeding birds. So looking at vegetation along the routes, it's fairly characteristic of the coastal Western Hemlock Very Dry Maritime biogeoclimatic zone in which we're situated. So this includes regionally common plants, canopy species of Douglas fir, Sitka spruce, bigleaf maple, black cottonwood, a fairly developed shrub layer with, again, regionally common species, thimbleberry, snowberry, red osier dogwood. And it also includes 9 at-risk species along the way that have the potential to occur, with one of those being confirmed, as I mentioned earlier, in that foreshore area adjacent to pump station number 1. And of course, there's invasive species, plant species along the route as well, although along the force main alignment, I would say they're quite sparse, actually. And they're certainly more abundant around the 2 pump station locations, number 1 and 6. So Himalayan blackberry and Scotch broom are abundant in those areas. We aren't expecting any vegetation to be removed as part of this construction. So, it's unlikely any of these plants will be disturbed. However, if invasive plants are disturbed during construction, there will need to be special handling and disposal protocols in place for those. So lastly, the water courses. So there are 15 streams and ditches within the working limits of the project. So this is directly crossing Highway 19A or running adjacent to it within that 30-meter buffer that we defined. So 9 of those are fish bearing. And then to just show you a few pictures of the range of water coursings we're talking about. So we're probably all familiar with the Trent River and even Millard Creek. So these are some of the larger stream and river crossings. And then on the other end of the spectrum, all the way down to a number of unnamed drainage ditches that cross Highway 19A as well. So some of the salmonid species present in these systems include coho, chum, pink, and chinook, as well as rainbow steelhead and coastal cutthroat trout, which is a blue listed species in BC. So you can see from the pictures here and from local knowledge of the area that fish habitat in these systems varies greatly. So, the picture on the left in the center of these larger systems, some of them provide excellent fish habitat. They have mature riparian zones, vegetation, cover. The channels are complex. The substrate is appropriate for supporting a number of fish species and different life stages of those species as well. And then again, on the other end of the spectrum, we have a number of streams and ditches crossing that provide pretty poor fish habitat, like in that picture on the right-hand side there. So of note, we're not expecting any interactions with the actual stream channel during this construction. However, it is very important to be aware of the locations of these systems, what species are present, if there's listed species like coastal cutthroat trout. So there will need to be measures in place when construction is crossing these areas and in the vicinity of these areas to minimize any risk to aquatic habitats.
So we anticipate, based on the findings of the screening level assessment that Hannah just described, that there will be a number of measures that need to be in place for the construction window. And that includes during the bird nesting window, which is begins of the spring, mid-March to mid-August. If there's any vegetation clearing required, it should be preceded by a pre-clearing nest survey to ensure that there's no impacts there. In-stream reduced risk window is associated to fisheries, June 15th to September 15th, and this applies to all of the stream crossings that are fish-bearing. As Hannah mentioned, we don't anticipate that there's going to be a direct incursion into any of the streams. All the work should be done adjacent to, but not within. However, for everyone's knowledge, if there is any reason that there needs to be work done below high water mark, there is a work window to do that in, and notifications are required. And those notifications may include a DFO request for review or a BC Water Sustainability Act Section 11 notification. If it's more complex work, if it requires, say, a culvert extension that's going to enclose a certain amount of stream bed, then it could be bumped up to another level of review under an authorization. The contaminated sites regulation necessitates phase 2 assessment if we're going to be removing any of the materials offsite for handling or disposal. If there's transport, if it's determined that any of the materials are above the BC CSR standards for commercial industrial, then there may be a need to determine whether it can be disposed of locally or if it has to be transported to a distant site for management. And then archaeological permits are also being applied for to address requirements through the province and the Comox First Nation. So overall, the anticipated impacts and risks to the project are considered low. The ones that we've highlighted today are of particular note, but in general, we anticipate that standard best management practices and mitigation employed during construction can avoid any impacts with careful planning and doing the necessary due diligence before work begins. And this would include construction environmental management plans from the proponent, as well as implementing those measures on the ground by a qualified environmental professional. That would be also required of the successful proponent.
Thanks so much. Questions? Ian, look like you're ready to launch.
Yeah, I was going to wait just because I was going to vary off track a little bit towards archaeology. So if you want to stay with environmental.
Okay, we'll stay with environmental for a minute. Yeah. Anybody on Zoom that has any questions? Tabitha?
I have a question. I don't know if this is actually for the environmental people, but it's about this presentation, because you said that it's unlikely that the streams will be directly affected. Is that because the sewer system isn't very deep into the ground, or?
Yeah, that's roughly it. So the trenching required will be relatively shallow compared to the distance between the top of roadbed to the top of culvert or whatever the crossing is.
Oh, okay. So in that area.
Yeah, in that area.
That makes sense.
Yeah. The potential of interacting with some of those crossings, if they're shallower or say the culvert is rotten and they start to excavate and it falls apart, we're going to have to do something about that. So that might require replacement or maintenance of some sort, and that could potentially trigger additional review.
Any other questions? Yeah.
I'm
Jim?
just curious about the pump station in the Union Bay Estates development. I think you'd said it had been remediated in that area, or some remediation had been done. I live in the area and I walk that area regularly. I mean, the remediation consisted of covering it with dirt. You know, that in my mind, that's not great remediation. That whole area at one time was a registered contaminated site. So I'm curious when some testing would be taking place in that area to see what is really there, particularly in that one spot where you showed the pump station. Now, I had thought they'd actually built a small pump station down there. but perhaps that was only for their proposed discharge into Washer Creek or Hart Creek as it's known. So I'm just really curious how that's all going to work when you have to start digging pipes and, you know, are the residents paying for that work in that area? I mean, it's a standalone kind of development in some ways. It's not like it's a residential property. So I'm just curious what the thoughts are on that.
As far as the implementation of the planning or the project that would require sampling in that area, it's something that hasn't yet been established. So we're simply making the recommendation that it take place, and the details of how that's done is yet to be determined.
Yeah, and that will be addressed as we move forward to more detailed design.
Any other questions? Thank you so much. Apparently you answered all of them in your presentation. Thank you. How many, do we want to keep going for a bit rather than break? Yeah. We had a 10 a.m. Break scheduled, but I'd like to suggest maybe we push on for a bit, and yeah, I see some nodding heads, and we'll take a break, maybe 10:15 or 10:30, just depending upon when is a good time to do that. Okay.
Could I ask my archaeology question?
Oh, yes, please. Yes, sorry.
Has a similar study been done with respect to archaeological impact? I know there's certain parts of this area which are designated as archaeologically sensitive zones.
Sure. So the current study referenced in the archaeology section, the previous 2015 archaeology report that had been done. And generally the conclusion there was a lot of the work is in heavily disturbed areas. So it can be addressed through, I can't recall the name of the process, but through a process current identified in their report. Yeah, so hopefully that helps.
I'm guessing pump station 3 is right in the middle of an archaeological zone.
Yeah, that's correct.
Vince, is that report available?
Yeah, we can make that report available to the committee. Yeah.
Anything else? Okay, we'll carry on. You're in control of the slides, Terry, so.
Yes, yeah. So yeah, we have a few topics, some updates for you today. So first, I just wanted to show this slide again, just to kind of reiterate the process that we're undertaking. So how kind of this addendum process fits into the larger CVSS liquid waste management planning process. So right now, we're undertaking kind of a stage 1-2 addendum, which once complete will be then combined with the larger Comox Valley Sewer Service liquid waste management planning process, and then moving on as a combined process to stage 3.
If I can just say something, I especially asked for some of these slides to come back to the TACPAC, because I think as we go through this, it's becoming more clear to me just how this works. And I really want to make sure that the committees feel comfortable, that they understand the process and understand where we're at in the process. So if you have any questions, you're not alone. And I just encourage you to ask them. So yeah, just on this slide, you have the main LWMP process going on, and we are the little, I shouldn't say little, we are the line underneath it. And then once these committees have recommendations, they will go back up and join with the overall liquid waste management plan. So, and Derry has some more slides with finer detail about this. So again, I just encourage you to ask questions if it's not entirely clear how these committees fit in with the larger liquid waste management project.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think as we look towards putting some recommendations together, I think it's helpful to understand the overall structure for decision making. So you can see this group is shown in the lower right-hand corner of the slide as the PAC and TAC for the South Addendum, and of course operating as a combined committee. Recommendations from this committee will then be put forward to the steering committee for the South Addendum, which is our Electoral Area Services Committee, with the addition of the chair of the Comox Valley Sewage Commission. The Electoral Area Services Committee is made up of our 3 electoral area directors. And then from there, the decisions will excuse me, flow through the steering committee for the Comox Valley Sewer Service Liquid Waste Management Plan. So kind of going back to that last slide, because they're kind of the steering committee for that larger process, and that is the Sewage Commission, with the addition of our Electoral Area A director. And then final decisions, of course, would flow through our board of directors and then on to the province for approvals. Any questions about that one? So this one, we just kind of wanted to show where we're at in the process and where kind of the current decision points are and future decision points for this committee. So right now we're in our 3rd meeting, so meeting number 3, and we have added an additional meeting to support kind of additional decision-making process. So that will be meeting 3.5, which is, I believe, scheduled for February 6th. So over these next 2 meetings, this committee will be putting together a set of recommendations to the steering committee that will really kind of inform the development of the draft addendum. So those decisions will then go to the South Steering Committee. SES, you see there is the Sewer Extension South Steering Committee, who will review the TACPAC recommendations and provide a direction to proceed. And then additionally, there will be First Nations consultation as well as public consultation at that point. And we've got some public open houses planned for early March. From there, the draft report will be kind of put together and then will be put in front of this committee again for review and comment. And at that time, we will see kind of that higher level Class C cost estimates. And then those comments from this committee will again flow through the Sewer Extension South Steering Committee, the Comox Valley Sewer Service Steering Committee, and then again around a First Nations consultation and public open houses. From there, taking into consideration comments and recommendations from all of those groups, the final report will be prepared and then presented to this committee in fall 2023. And that will be when there'll be that kind of final decision point as to whether or not to accept the addendum. And then that kind of recommendation motion will flow through again the South Steering Committee, the Comox Valley Sewer Service Steering Committee, then to the CBRD board and First Nations consultation before it's submitted to the province for approval. So a lot on that one. Questions at this point in terms of, the role of this committee and those decision points?
Not on that, it's just would we move forward whether or not we get grant funding or not, because that has massive implications on costs, right? Whether we get that 20 or 30 million.
That's right. Yeah. So I think, we spoke about that, I believe, at our first meeting that, this is an important process to kind of inform, I guess, resolving some issues related to liquid waste management in the project area. So what we would be recommending is for the committee to put forward those considerations around grant funding as part of the plan and potentially as part of that recommendation moving forward. Yeah, I don't know, Melanie, do you have anything to add in terms of what might be acceptable for that final recommendation.
Sure. Thank you, Derry. Yeah, I think that sounds right. I think from the provincial perspective, I think there's been, some environmental challenges identified that we're trying to address, right? And I think this is a great process to try to address them and not lose sight of that sort of end goal. So I think the province would be amenable to resolutions that would be clear about, we get that the financial implications of no grant may not be tenable, right? And so I think there are ways of formulating your resolutions and your recommendations that recognize that, but also recognize a commitment towards like, okay, so if there's no grants, then what? Are there ways to move forward and continue to address the challenges that have been identified that you guys are coming together to try to solve? And I think that some sort of resolution like that. So it's up to the committee what those resolutions look like. But it is acceptable to kind of really voice the fact that without any grant funding, it just wouldn't be possible, right?
So we provided a briefing with the agenda package that just kind of gave a high-level overview of the service structure that's being proposed to bring sewer service to the south. So the first part of that is the expansion of the Comox Valley sewer service. And this amendment was adopted in August 2022. There are other bylaws that will be required to be amended in due time as part of this extension, but this was kind of the first step in that process. The CVSS would be responsible or is responsible for conveyance, treatment, and discharge. And so once constructed, the conveyance components of this project would become the responsibility of the sewer service in terms of ownership, of funding infrastructure renewal and expansion, operation and maintenance. And Area A properties would contribute to the operation and maintenance of that service once connected.
So to clarify that, force main and pump stations become CVSS. Collection systems are a separate service or services.
That's correct, yeah. Yeah, so then looking at those separate services, so local sewer collection services would then be established in kind of the local neighborhood catchment areas. And these would really look at providing funding for sewage collection infrastructure and then operation and maintenance and renewal of that infrastructure in the future. Any questions on this one?
Yeah, Derry, I just have a question. You talked about the O&M, but for the capital costs, because it's a phased project, some areas could be looking at 5 years, 10 years before services are available to them. Are those residents going to be paying for the capital costs of the force main and the pump station when there is no service available?
Yeah, so I think that question might be answered when we get into kind of the division of costs a little bit later. But certainly for the collection system infrastructure, the service boundaries would kind of follow those areas that would be provided with that service at that time, right? So if we're looking at phase 1A, initial boundaries would be kind of that Union Bay area shown in yellow, and then that green highlighted area in Royston as an example.
I know you said you're going to address it later about the force main, but I'm curious how you're going to manage that aspect of it. And the reason I bring it up is it's not really related to this project, but I have a few friends that were actually taken into the city of Courtenay a number of years ago, 10, 12 years ago, and ended up paying city of Courtenay taxes, but their level of service has not changed because there's no service available in that area for them. And I think it's blatantly unfair to ask people to pay the capital costs of a service that may only be available 5 to 10 years down the road.
Yeah, so I will say, Jim, that, the structure that's currently being contemplated would not have people that weren't currently connected and receiving service paying at that time. So.
Russell?
Yeah, thank you very much. I just wanted to add to Derry's response that regional districts are very different from municipalities in that we have this service establishment, and through service establishment, we ensure that we have a mechanism to ensure that only those that benefit from a service pay for the service. And rather than a broad-based tax that applies to all residents within the rural areas. So the service establishment gives us options in terms of ensuring that, you know, a collection system is applying to only those that are part of the collection system, and those are the ones that pay for it. And then, as Derry says, a broader service will consider the costs and benefits and who pays and when. But yeah, we are a little different than municipalities, so that's for sure, and have those options available to us to manage who pays for what.
Thanks for that clarification, Russell. Does that answer your question, Jim?
I am still a little unclear on the force main thing, but I think Gary said you enlighten us a little bit later on. So it's not the collection systems I'm talking about. It's the force main pump station systems, the capital costs.
So maybe I'll move on to our cost section
Okay,
then, if that's,
perfect.
unless we want
If I could
to.
ask just one more question about this, is that, you know, we're anticipating inflows into this project in the form of grants and partner contributions. Will those contributions, those inflows, be applied to solely the force main, the CVSS infrastructure, or will they be applied also to initial collection systems?
Yeah, so I'm going to show in some slides coming up here how we're contemplating that the grant funding be split. Yeah. Yeah, so today we've got some costs to present to you, kind of based on that per property cost that we've been looking to. We've got the phase 1A cost today, so that's the Union Bay and that smaller area of Royston that we showed on that last map. The cost estimates that we're sharing with you are Class C estimates for the conveyance infrastructure, and those kind of total costs were presented at the last meeting by WSP. And then for the collection system infrastructure, the costs are only developed at this point to a Class D estimate, so a conceptual level estimate, but those will be further refined as part of the draft addendum. So when that draft addendum comes back in front of you in the spring, you will see the updated Class C estimates for that collection system infrastructure. Added to kind of the costs that were presented at the last meeting, we have added an escalation factor to 2025, which at this point is estimated to be the midpoint of construction for that phase 1A. And we've also included an allowance for other costs like land, legal, and other administrative costs. We'll show you the proposed partner contributions to the shared infrastructure, as well as what those costs look like with and without the ICIP grant, the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program grant that we applied for earlier this year. And just a reminder on that one, we applied for $26.4 million in grant funding, and we are expecting an announcement on whether or not we were successful in the spring of 2023.
I was just wondering if you can quickly go back to the last slide so we can see just one more time the areas that you were talking about.
Yeah, so what's being proposed for phase 1A is on the left there, that entire kind of light yellow shaded area. And then for the Royston area, that highlighted green area between the highway and Marine Drive. And just, yeah, sorry, I forgot I had this one. So just another overview of the phase 1A. Yeah. So I think we talked at the last meeting just about why this area was chosen. You know, it is an area with kind of the highest environmental need, the oldest septic systems, smallest lots. And then there were funding program limits, so kind of a maximum funding limit that we were allowed to apply for under the grant. And so really looking to kind of keep the project scope as minimal as we could so that we could really maximize the benefits of that grant while also trying to connect as many properties as possible.
Derry, can we make these slides available? Because there's nothing in the agenda package, right? So can we make these slides available to everyone so that you'll have them along with the cost information too?
Question about the part of Royston that's not in the first phase. I don't recall any discussion about what phase then there would be additional Royston hookup.
Yeah, so future phases haven't been kind of identified with a specific time or kind of which areas would be connected first. And I think that's something we're looking for some feedback from this committee on. But there's a number of considerations I think that can go into that decision, and we'll talk about those a little bit later.
So does that mean that the outer areas of Royston would come after Kilmarnock, during Kilmarnock?
Again, I think, it hasn't been determined at this point.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Any more questions on that initial phase? Okay. So the costs that we're presenting to you today are kind of broken up into a number of different components. We're going to show you the cost of kind of connecting to the Comox Valley Sewer Service. Then we're going to show you kind of the costs of the shared infrastructure, so that new force main and pump stations and how that's being broken out. And then also the local collection infrastructure and what those costs look like. And then we'll come back and show you some summary tables of kind of what the total costs look like per property. So for the connection to the Comox Valley sewage system infrastructure, each new lot that's brought into the service area will be required to pay what's called a capital improvement cost charge. And that charge is really used to pay for kind of capacity related upgrades to the conveyance and treatment works that may be required due to that additional flow. Properties will be required to pay this charge kind of at connection. So it won't be until kind of an area is proposed to be kind of brought into the service that they'll be required to pay that charge, or not brought into the service, but actually be connected. At this point, this charge is laid out in bylaw 3008, and the current rate is $6,941 per single family residential connection. And there's different costs based on different connections. So a different rate for multifamily, institutional, commercial, et cetera. And
Derry, just to be perfectly clear, so any residential property connecting to CVSS in any location within the service area would be required to pay that connection fee.
That's right. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
And this is the same charge as development cost charges, which are paid for new connections within Courtney and Comox. So the same amount. Yeah.
And that says per residential connection. I don't know about Union Bay, but I know Royston, it mostly zoned for two dwellings per lot, 2 family dwellings. Would that be per, if you have a carriage house in the back or something, is that you pay twice, or just so people know?
Good question.
Look at the bylaws.
No.
Yeah,
Okay,
we
we
can
can read it too.
We can review the bylaw over the break and confirm that for you to have them.
Are there alternate payment mechanisms other than one-time charge?
We're looking into that. Yeah. Any more questions on the CICCs? Okay. So next we've got kind of the phase 1A shared infrastructure. So again, that's the Royston pump station, the Union Bay pump station, and the force main. And so added together, these come out to a cost of $44.3 million. And with kind of the potential of the ICIP grant funding, we are proposing that this $44.3 million gets shared between project partners at $30.8 million and a portion of that grant funds at $13.5 million. So if we're able to secure grant funding for the project, that would mean the cost per property for residential connections for this component of the project would be $0.
Tabitha.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. So when we're looking at kind of what those costs would be without grant funding, you know, kind of same structure, but we'd be looking to borrow $6.8 million. And the estimated cost per property, looking at kind of those phase 1A connections, would be around $13,000 to $17,000 per property.
Has there been any translation of that into a annual cost, like a property tax or a parcel tax or something like that?
Yeah, we'll be providing those in a computer slides.
Jim, and then back to Tabitha.
I'd just like to hope that your plan goes ahead. It's quite reasonable cost for homeowners if you're able to achieve some grant funding. And I think there'd be very few people in the community that would be opposed to paying that kind of money to have an actual sewer and protect Bay and Sound from future pollution sources.
Thanks, Jim. Tabitha?
I just wanted to clarify if the 13 to 17 is in addition to the 6,900? Yeah, okay.
That's right. Yeah. So kind of
close.
showing those three components broken up, and then we'll provide some summary tables at the end.
Sorry, Jim, that I believe it excludes any more work done on your property to like cost wise. So that $7,000 is going to be in addition to work done on your property.
Yep, we're getting there.
Yeah.
So maybe, yeah, just to go back to what Derry's going to walk us through here there, and Derry, correct me if I'm wrong, there's the contribution to the CVSS system. There's the shared infrastructure. And then there's the on-site infrastructure, right?
Collection system infrastructure, and then the on-property works as well. Yeah.
So there's three pieces of costs, right? There are three different costs.
That's right. So looking at the collection infrastructure for that phase 1A area. So with grant funding, we're proposing that $12.9 million of that grant funds be put towards the local collection system, which would result in about $6.4 million needing to be borrowed. And again, kind of similar to the last slide, that 13 to 17K approximate range for per property residential connection. When we look at these costs without grant funding, they're significantly higher. So looking at borrowing the whole $19.3 million, which would equate to a per property cost of between $41,000 and $45,000. So looking at kind of the new infrastructure, so the shared infrastructure and the local collection system infrastructure, and what that might look like on kind of a per year basis if we assume a 25-year term on a loan. So with grant funding, we're looking at kind of that $13,000 to $17,000 range, which results in kind of a $900 to $1,200 a year charge. Without grant funding, that charge is significantly higher, so around $3,900 to $4,200 a year. So in addition to that, as noted, we've got the on-lot costs that we discussed at the last meeting. So these include kind of the connection from your home to the property line, and then the decommissioning of the existing septic system. We've got some cost ranges here. So, those charges could be $2,500 per property and up. I think, that upper range, the 6,500 is going to be, there's going to be, I'd say, quite few properties that are in that upper range, just given kind of the lot size and configuration that we're looking at for that phase 1A area. And then additionally, when we're looking at annual costs, we're going to have operations and maintenance costs. So those will be broken out into the operation and maintenance costs for conveyance and treatment. So those that will go to the Comox Valley Sewer Service to provide those services, and then the local operation and maintenance costs for the local collection systems. And at this point, the mid-range of those is estimated to be at about $600 a year. And kind of looking
Jim,
at,
sorry.
Oh.
Question from Jim.
I'm glad you led with the good news.
Yeah.
I'll rescind my earlier comment.
So kind of looking at what that looks like altogether. So borrowing for capital infrastructure with the grant, if we're looking at kind of that $900 to $1,200 a year, plus the operations and maintenance, we're looking at around $1,400 to $1,850 a year. When we consider kind of those one-time costs, the on-lot costs, and the CICC costs, the total kind of for those one-time costs could potentially be $9,500 and up. However, as we noted, we are going to be looking at payment options for that CICC charge. So we've kind of done a bit of analysis on this slide. So looking at, well, what if we borrowed that CICC charge over the same 25-year term that we'd be looking to borrow for the capital infrastructure? What would that look like on a kind of on an annual basis per property? And so that's the bottom kind of left amount there. So $1,930 to $2,350 per property. Which would reduce those one-time costs to that $2,500 and up based on lot configuration. So I'm sure there's lots of questions. I'll leave it there, and we can go back through the slides. I know it's a lot, so I want to make sure that we all understand how it's broken up.
Tabitha?
I don't know much about infrastructure financing, but what is there a reason why a 25-year period of borrowing was chosen when the life of the infrastructure is probably closer to 100 years? And then if so, would that cost be, that whatever it ends up being, $45,000, be no longer on your taxes after 25 years? I doubt it.
That's right. So the cost of borrowing wouldn't be on your taxes after the term of the loan is up. I think, there could be the potential to look at a 30-year term, and we could look at what the numbers would look like with that. I don't believe terms longer than that are currently offered.
This does beg the question that says, what does it cost if we don't do this? Right. So these numbers will be shocking to a lot of people. And I think people would say, no, thank you. I'll just stay with my septic system. We don't know if that's an alternative or not, but I think we owe it to them to say, if we don't do this, you will be now subject to another bylaw, which would include inspection, maintenance, and enforcement. And you should expect your costs to be X, depending on the type of system that you have. And I don't think we can make a decision, or we can really make a recommendation without that information being a part of this package.
You have some of that.
Yeah, we did put this together. So I think, as we talked about last time, due to kind of the age and condition of many of these systems that we saw through that analysis that Island Health provided, it's likely that once inspected, many of the systems will need to be replaced. And so when we're looking at a system replacement cost, that's in that for a type 2 or type 3 system, that's in that $25,000 to $50,000 plus range. Added to that, there'd be that annual inspection and maintenance charge that we talked about being part of that bylaw, as well as an annual tax for the administration of that program potentially.
So how can that be made to be a annual cost comparison? I know it's hard, but we have to come up with some mechanism that allows the comparison of apples to apples.
I think that's one of the benefits of the community sewer, right, is the ability to borrow over time and have that money on your annual tax bill, versus system replacement would be with the responsibility of the homeowner to procure their own loan or pay that lump sum up front.
I understand and I appreciate that, but the average homeowner is going to want to say, okay, it cost me $2,000 a year for a sewer. What does it cost me a year for my septic system? And I think we have to give them some analysis that allows a simple comparison of numbers.
I think we can look at doing that. I think also, you know, these are kind of a snapshot in time, right? What's the cost of replacing your system versus the cost of installing sewer? But when we look at asset life, you know, the long asset life of the community sewer infrastructure versus the septic system, I think Island Health staff talked about, you know, around a 25-year lifespan for some of those systems. You'll see that system having to be replaced many times before
that's
the
perfect,
community
but that's
sewer,
what we need to fold into this,
Yeah,
right? Is
so
that
we
we
can look
really
at-
get that.
Yeah, for sure.
So the second question I have then is, what about next phases? And I know we don't have those numbers, but I can look at what we see here, and we see that grant money is being applied to collection systems. And we see that they're being done in today's dollars versus future sites will be done in tomorrow's dollars with no assurances of any future grants, and probably lower probability of grants because they've been granted for the first phase. So to me, it sounds like we've got a strong possibility of very, very different charges per property based on phases. And I don't think that's in any way fair. And we need to find some way and some mechanism of bringing costs per homeowner, regardless of phase, in line. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, thanks for that, Ian. So we will be discussing kind of costs for future phases at the next meeting. And yeah, maybe we can do some analysis on some different kind of cost sharing structures potentially. And we will look at what that looks like with and without grants as well.
Yeah, there must be something we can do within the service area definition, whether we define one service area for all collection systems and use reserve funds or something, some leveling mechanism that allows for properties to have the same charge regardless of what phase they're in.
Jim?
I appreciate what Ian's saying and I appreciate the fairness of it. However, we also need to look at the fairness of how, like, as you say, how do you do that when some of these phases could be 5 years away from the next phase? So how do you establish an across the board charge for different phases of the project? Because, don't charge me for something I don't have. So, it would be a very difficult formula as far as I could see.
I got a question regarding Union Bay Estates. It was excluded in 1A service area, like in the first phase. Why is that? It's like, I don't know why it's excluded, or maybe it is included. I don't know.
Sorry, Ryan, the Royston area, is that what you're talking about?
No, Union Bay Estates is excluded in the first, like we're all being connected in Union Bay, but Union Bay, it doesn't look like they're being connected in this first phase.
Union Bay Estates, okay, yeah. So Union Bay Estates is responsible for the cost of their own collection system infrastructure. So we're just showing the costs for existing residents right now.
Mark?
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to comment on the idea of trying to equalize future costs with current costs. And one thing about this first phase of the project is it's very expensive to install the force main and the pump stations. Like that's really a huge part of these costs. So in the future, when another neighborhood is brought on, it's going to be a much less expensive proposition, like in the $10 million range for a neighborhood. And there's, although you're right, we can't understand what the grant funding opportunities are going to look like. It is a much smaller project with, I'd say that grant funding opportunities, they'll be a little bit easier to apply for them. It won't be such a large grant ask. And so, I think those future, I think we're really installing the backbone of the infrastructure as part of this first phase, and those future neighborhoods, when they come on, there's going to be a lot of good opportunities for them. And I think we can come up with some language to put some principles into the plan that help, level things for those future communities. Like we won't be able to nail down it's going to cost X dollars, but I think there can be some principles applied that would, recognize that objective. Thanks.
Exactly. Yeah.
I think that's what we need.
We need to sell it to the communities. Yeah.
Everybody needs to know they're being treated fairly, right? That's going to be a principle in this. The other thing I want to maybe counter a little bit of what you said is we just saw that the force main infrastructure with grants costs $0, right? So it's paid for by partner funds. So phase 1A and phase 1B and phase 2 and phase 3 will all benefit from a zero cost infrastructure if there's grants. So that's kind of outside this. This now becomes about collection systems and future pump stations, right? So use an example of Craig Derrick, and Craig Derrick comes online and there's a pump station which is installed. Does that go into that collection area? Does that become a part of the shared infrastructure again? Because phase 1A, nobody's paying for a pump station. It's going into that grant money again. So how do those kinds of things get wrapped up in this? We need to think about that now. This can't be, we'll wait till future phases and we'll see if there's grant money. We have to figure this out now.
I would just, I guess, add to that. So for the Craig Derrick pump station, that one, because it's kind of one of those integral pump stations where flows from other areas kind of flow into and out of that pump station, it will be considered regional infrastructure.
So let's pick a neighborhood where that's not true. And now that neighborhood has to pay for a pump station that no other neighborhood had to pay for. Is that fair?
I do see some fairness in that. As you say, that pump station is like a relay station from the other areas. And also the service is available to those people in that area sooner than in other areas. So I do see some fairness that as the neighborhoods come online, they may have to pay for their pump station. That's just kind of geography and the way it works. And also the other people are benefiting from that service much sooner than the other areas.
Are you quite sure I followed that, Jim? Like how the timing of this turns in, I get to pay less and I get to benefit from the service sooner, and that's fair. I don't believe that's at all fair.
Derry has one more slide here so that she could go to just about property tax deferral, and then maybe we could take a break and we'll come back to this discussion.
Yeah, so this slide describes the provincial property tax deferral program and how some of the project costs could qualify for the program. So the borrowing costs just presented, at this point, we're anticipating parcel tax would be an option for cost recovery of those borrowing costs. And a parcel tax would be eligible for the property tax deferral program from the province. There's several criteria for this provincial program listed here on the slide. Property owners either 55 or older in the current tax year, surviving spouse of any age, person with disabilities, or families with children, which I believe could be a new part of the program. Anyway, there's a lot of additional information about property types. Property types is generally residential properties qualify. And there are some requirements around the amount of equity a property owner would have to have into their property in order to qualify for the deferral program. But it's not an onerous amount. So the link to the provincial website is here with further details.
And Vince, so just for clarity, so these costs associated with the sewer connections would be eligible for deferral, but the province transfers funds to compensate for that to the service. Is that correct? So it's not like the service is without the funds. The province transfers the funds, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I just because it's not like the revenue for the service will be shrinking. It will be compensated for with a provincial contribution to make up for the deferral.
Yeah, that's correct. Essentially, instead of the property owner now owing the regional district for the service, they now owe the province for the property tax deferral provided on behalf of the service to the regional district by the province, I guess would be the way of putting that.
Thanks, Jim.
So do we know what portion of the costs would be eligible for deferring it? Because I do know O&M costs at one time couldn't be deferred, but what would the breakdown be of the overall costs that would be considered on the parcel or the property tax as available to be deferred?
Yeah, so what we're contemplating at this point is the borrowing costs for the capital infrastructure. So that $900 to $1,200 and would be as a parcel tax eligible for deferral.
So any costs that ended up being attributable to this project on the tax bill would be deferrable, right? So this is probably a good time to take a break. That's a lot of information. It's 25:02. Could we take a 10-minute break and come back at 10:45? And we'll resume the conversation. Thanks.
Because I actually looked at this and it didn't make sense because we're in a rural area, so our property taxes are low. But if you lived in Crown Isles, you know, and the interest rate that the province charged was very low. Yeah, and it wasn't compound interest; it was simple interest. Right. Yes. And it just went as a Yes, exactly. Yeah. That's so. I thought, yeah. So as I say, it used to be the case that everything. I think for like why we put the operations in the spot is most become more of the so they don't yeah I can't with 100% certain that is utility charge district would qualify right. But I guess if I defer my property taxes which pay the garbage collection or my street lighting. So yeah, I guess it depends as well. Like
Yeah, the second one, I mean, this we need to just talk about a little bit more. The second part of his text.
Yeah.
So it's all part of staying on septic, right? So, you know, a septic maintenance program, which you presented the gospel, but then there's all these other issues, which, you know, maybe there should be explicit about in the report.
You know what it is.
But I'm not sure how much you need. Have a plan to dive into those.
So we can have a plan for the next meeting, I think, and I'll kind of. I had just a point on that kind of plan B in one of my slides. Yeah. So you're gonna sort of. Yeah.
Thank you for your patience. We're just trying to adjust the process to suit the conversations that we have. If I can just have everybody back at the table and people in the Zoom world, if you'd come back online with us. I'd like to suggest we just continue the conversation about costs. And then we'll just talk a little bit about process. There is an interest. Ian has suggested that he'd like to make a couple of motions, and he wondered if that was going to suit the committee and if everybody felt comfortable with that. I mean, ultimately, that's where we're headed. We'll need a mover and a seconder, and we'll have discussion and see if there is consensus. That's part of the terms of reference of this committee, is that we're seeking consensus. And I'd like to hope, or I would hope, that we will work hard to get to that point. But is everybody comfortable if we have motions on the floor today? Anything that anybody needs to know about that process? Ian was worried that that there might be concerns. Tabitha?
I'm just wondering if we'll have a chance to ask a few more questions first.
Yeah, it's exactly where I was headed. Was we'll go back to the costing stuff, have a discussion. And then I think once people have had the opportunity to ask their questions about the cost, we'll just kind of float around in that cost information for a bit. Then we'll come back and make some motions. I just wanted to do a little check-in about that. So it looks like there's comfort with this. Just let me get back to my screen with the people online. So Derry, you're going to speak to this slide, and then we'll just open the floor for questions. And again, just kind of float around with this information, maybe go back to some of the earlier slides if you want some clarity.
Sure, yeah. So certainly welcoming comments regarding costs and any questions that anyone has about the costs that I just presented. And then, I think we've heard the desire for funding support moving forward. And so really just understanding what considerations regarding funding support the TACPAC would like to see included within the plan. So, that could be a desired level of support, potentially the timing of that funding, how long do we wait to kind of look for funding before moving to that alternate plan B, which would be kind of that regulatory septic system maintenance program, and any other considerations that the committee may have. And then also just to reiterate, the next meeting, we will be looking a little bit more at future phases and looking at the costs of those. And also wanted to mention that, there is the ability within the plan to consider kind of future consultation activities for those future phases.
Sure, Roseanne.
You just mentioned Plan B being septic inspection and enforcement. Is that right?
Yeah, I think, with the support of the committee, that is the alternative option that we are proposing or that we put forward at the last meeting. So kind of endorsement of that and some language within the plan to speak to that could be an option for the committee.
Is there a way for both to happen? Maybe not an either or scenario so much as a this and septic enforcement. I do think a lot about when we compare the costs that most of us who have septic probably imagine that the cost is essentially zero once you have a system, unless you are unless you're diligent or concerned about the environment and happen to have the funding. The reality is the reason there's so many failing septic systems is because a lot of people aren't being diligent or concerned about the environment, or maybe don't have the funding, or as Norm had just brought up, even maybe the property space to put a new septic field. So I think that even if we look at those costs and we see they might be comparable, most people think the cost is zero if I keep my septic, and it's quite high if I switch to sewer. I'm not actually speaking for myself. I think that might be a general sentiment that's out there. So if it was kind of both and rather than either or, I don't know if we can consider that.
Derry, can I ask you to go back to the slide that has the sewer or the septic costs on it? I think that, again, what was presented at the last meeting was this notion that, say, sewer doesn't happen, this is, a possibility of what will happen, if not a likely possibility. So
just if it, I guess, if it feels a bit like kind of a threat, is, I don't know how to, I'm not sure how to phrase that differently, but
Reality.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone believes that septic enforcement would really happen. So that's why, like, if it was both and, It might,
I think,
it might persuade more people. But,
yeah. The CRD, which was the system you presented last time as an example, right? They have active enforcement. I mean, it's a program going on. So I think it would be prudent to think of it as a reality.
Yeah, I'd love to hear what other people think, but
So I think Tabitha, you had your hand up too.
Oh, I had a question about something unrelated to this specific topic. But maybe I just wanted to clarify kind of the suggestion that Roseanne's bringing up. If it was supposed to be a both situation, wouldn't that imply if you don't connect to sewer, then you do this inspection, but then that would not be possible because everyone has to connect in order to keep the costs more equitable across the board. So I'm just wondering, yeah.
I'm more thinking that there's a lot of mean time in this, like a decade or.
You mean between phases and everything? That makes sense. Yeah, I'm understanding now.
Oh, so are you asking, maybe I misunderstood your question, for the first phase, there wouldn't be a septic management system created because people would connect, but for the other phases, there would be. I don't know, Darren? Yeah,
exactly.
I understand. I'm sorry, I misunderstood your point.
We could look at what that looks like.
Just from like a persuasion point of view, I don't know. It just, I guess,
Gotcha.
Unless something's on the table in terms of actual septic enforcement, I doubt it's very convincing.
Right. Tabitha, so did you get to ask your other question or was that it?
Yeah, I was just going to say, that is what this planning process is about, right? It's about protecting the environment and setting up a plan for liquid waste management within that area. So, whether it's community sewer or septic, I think both can be discussed within that planning document.
Jim?
Yeah, I'd just like a couple comments, talking about Plan B and some sort of enforcement inspection. I would really hope that would be done by the CVRD and not by the registered on-site professionals. They have a vested interest in failing your system from what I've seen and understand. So, I mean, if it's going to be a regulatory thing, I would hope that it will be the CVRD or even health who now have that in their purview to determine if a system has failed or not. And my definition of a failed system is it's surfacing or breaking out. So there would have to be a lot of parameters around what is a failed system. Just because a system might be 25 years old does not necessarily mean it's a failed system. There are a lot of factors that come into play. So there's a lot of thought would have to go into that bylaw if it would be a bylaw. And also, I really do believe it would have to be done by appropriate people that have no vested interest in selling you a new system.
Thanks, Jim. Tabitha?
My question is about the amortization period. When before you kind of shared these slides, I had been under the assumption that the cost, the 13 to 17 times 2 plus the 7,000 would be a one-time cost. But it looks like maybe that's an annual cost. And is it the intent that it would be, every homeowner amortized over 25 years, or you could pay one-time fee? What's the intent behind that, if you can clarify?
Yeah, I think there certainly could be the option provided for a one-time upfront payment. I think that was what was proposed during the last process, was kind of those two options. So.
Other questions about on the costing information, Jim?
So I would assume if it was a one-time upfront cost, the cost would be, you're talking about borrowing this over a 25-year period. You're probably talking, I guess that's through FA, but at least doubling of the cost by amortizing the debt over that long period of time. So it might be an interesting number to have, what a one-time upfront cost might be for residents.
Yeah, good point. Other questions about the costs?
Hi, it's Andrew online.
Oh, thanks, Andrew.
I've had my hand up for a while, so I think just a process thing, we probably need someone to pay a little more attention to the Zoom attendees. I just wanted to go back to the idea of enforcement and that kind of bylaw. As I was listening to the conversation and some of the input from staff, I think that's something we should consider as just a default part of this anyways. If the intent is to ensure protection of the environment and health, like it's not just the environment, it's people's health here. If you have a breakout or surface, like you're at risk of disease at that point. I think no matter what option goes forward, some kind of service that has enforcement and makes maintenance happen is necessary.
Thanks, Andrew. Any other questions about the costs? So Ian, you were talking to us about maybe putting some motions on the table, asking for information. So maybe that's a good place just to start.
Yeah, so the discussion that Allison and Derry and I had was around not so much making decisions at this point in time, but directing staff towards particular analyses and information that might really help us make those decisions at the end of the next meeting. I've mentioned the areas of those in my comments coming forward. I have sort of very loosely drafted some possible motions that I'd like to propose. The nature of a motion is you make it, somebody seconds it, you debate it, you vote on it, right? So, I think the purpose of proposing these motions from my perspective is to foster the debate and for us as a group to be able to come together and say, what is it that we would like to see from staff and what information would allow us to make better decisions? Like an example of just people talking, Roseanne, when you said that idea of an and versus an or, I kind of went, wow, I never thought of that, right? If that doesn't get surfaced and it could be put forward as a motion to say, let's write it anyways, right? Let's write that bylaw anyways. So anyways, so the first motion that I have here is that staff prepare an analysis showing the estimated costs per connection by implementation phase, presuming no further grants and no further contributions from partner organizations, and further that staff present options and recommendations with respect to creating equitable costs per connection across all phases. So I've moved that.
Can you just reread that for us, Ian?
That staff
and Michael would appreciate that too, I think.
Well, I can just email this to somebody too. That staff prepare an analysis showing the estimated cost per connection by implementation phase, presuming no further grants and no further contributions from partner organizations. And further, that staff present options and recommendations with respect to creating equitable costs per connection across all phases.
Is there a seconder? Thanks, Ryan. Oh, thank you. I've got Lindsay. I just see Lindsay. Lindsay?
Hi there. Sorry about that. I'm just curious if someone can please point me in the direction of the terms of reference for this. I'm looking through the meeting minutes. I'm just trying to refresh in advance of this type of discussion. And Andrew also had a comment in the chat for us Zoom folks. Thank you.
Yeah, Lindsay, the terms of reference were provided in meeting 2 agenda package. So if you want to check there, but we can also send them out again.
No, that's great. Thanks, Terry.
Andrew is asking if somebody can type the resolution into comments.
I will.
Can you?
Yeah.
Can you just copy and paste into it? That
Yeah,
would
I'm
be,
just sending it to Michael right now too.
that would be awesome. Thanks, Ian.
And I will paste it into comments, except I'm not on the meeting. So Michael has them if you could.
You know what? You can just sign into the Zoom link
Okay,
so you can see the chat.
good enough. I will do that.
Just give Ian a minute to do that.
The host needs to let me in. Oh, there we are.
You're able to let Ian in.
Comments, where are you?
You should be in, apparently.
I am.
You are in?
Yes, I just have to
Okay,
find
perfect.
comments.
Thank you. Just with reference, Andrew, to your comment, just because our technical limitations up here, and when I have my participants list, I can't see everybody at one time. So just feel free to speak up if you're not being called on, just because we just don't have enough hands up here to see everybody.
That's in chat now.
Okay, perfect. Let's just make sure it's got everybody. Okay, thanks. Comments on Ian's comments or discussion on Ian's motion?
I'll just jump in. This idea
Thanks, Andrew.
This idea of equitable costs across all phases, different areas and different phases just have different costs. So are we proposing that phases that might cost less are subsidizing phases that would cost more? I think that's some people might see that as incredibly unfair. So something we have to be careful with and communicate fully.
So as the author of the comment, the answer is yes, that's what I intend. Because I would think that from the average person's perspective, I'm just flushing my toilet like you are. Why does it cost me more? And that's the design point here, is that we are imposing, if this were to go forward, we would be imposing this on people. And then by unfortunate or the misfortune of their geography that they have to pay more, or by the misfortune of the timing of grants and when they are included, they would have to pay more. I find patently unfair.
Thank you. Other comments or concerns?
We were just talking on the break about, like, how do we define fair? Do we define it by geographical terms or timing? Or I guess it might be really tricky to get to a consensus on how we define fair, but I guess we might have to try. Or else we leave the discussion away, because I don't think we'll all agree on what's fair.
The word that you used was equitable. So
Equitable, yes. And I asked that it be staff that look at options and recommendations as to what that might be. Like we can make suggestions here, but I think it's, staff probably has more experience and more tricks up their sleeve with respect to this type of thing than we would have. But, an example of equitable could be property assessment. Another example of equity could be water taken into your house. There's just two that, would be equitable. Another equitable is pay exactly the same as my neighbor, right? But I don't want to define equitable. I'd like staff to propose options as to what equitable might be, because some might be easier to do than others as well.
other thoughts? Sorry, Jim?
I think I understand Ian's motion, but I'm not sure how you obtain that degree of equitableness when you don't have the service. So how do you fund the project where we've already said we're not going to charge people for service that they don't have? How do you get to that point where it's the same cost, whether you get service today or 10 years down the road?
can we look at other municipalities to see how they did it? Like Langford, maybe was a phased approach when they brought in their service and go, okay, what did that look like? Or parts of Saanich, like, are there other examples out there that we can pull from?
Yeah, potentially. I think we should probably look to other regional districts as opposed to municipalities, just because of the difference in structure and the way we can, fund infrastructure.
So back to the motion, it doesn't say we define equitable. What it says is, let's trust staff to look at this on our behalf and come back with suggestions as to how it might work. Staff's recommendation might be, we can't do this in any way, right? But we haven't talked about mechanisms like reserve funds. Every capital asset service typically has a reserve fund for renewal. There is no specification as to, well, there's some specification in reserve funding as to what the amount is. But, for example, would you say you set a reserve fund at the upper end of that range at the beginning so that you have a buffer to be able to lower it later on when other costs come into it, such that, usage or the next phase doesn't impact that cost so much, right? So I'm just making stuff up as I say that. But what I really want is staff to do this analysis for us, and they're very capable and competent at doing these things, and then to bring it back to us at the next meeting so we can really see what the options are.
Derry, if I could ask you, has the assumption, maybe you said this at a previous meeting, has the assumption been that this would be, the cost would be attributed on a parcel basis as opposed to an assessment basis? Has there been thought given to that?
I think the assumption used in the costs we put forward today were on a per parcel basis.
A parcel basis, right. So that is one, one option is to look at it that way. With, equitable will be, I think, Roseanne, as you said, in the eyes of the committee members, and they might be different, right? Any other, Andrew has a comment in chat, just for those of you who, I guess the people in the room probably can't see that. He said the resolution is asking you to develop options, so essentially provide information. So 2 pieces of information are being requested here. One is an analysis showing the estimated cost per connection by implementation phase. Daria, I don't know if you want to comment on that. And then the second piece, contributions from partner, and staff present options and recommendations with respect to creating equitable costs per connection across phases. So 2 pieces. Anything you want to say about the first one? Okay.
I guess when we're talking about per implementation phase, the way I kind of look at that is those neighborhood catchment areas that WSP kind of identified at the last meeting. Is that what you were thinking, Ian?
Yes, and I could reword it if you want me to say catchment area.
Okay, if there's no further discussion on the motion, I call for all in favor, and I'll ask all in favor. And if I could ask for those opposed and those in on Zoom, if you could raise your hand if you are opposed. Okay, the motion's carried unanimously as far as I can see. Okay, great. Any further information that you think would be helpful going forward related to the costs?
The second area of my focus was on this idea of Plan B, right, where we need to have the life cycle or all-in costs associated with Plan A, a sewer system, and Plan B, an enforcement bylaw. I do like the suggestion that says we do and, not or, but the comparison of costs is still valid. So like I could propose a motion for that as well, or if we just want to go forward with that. So, do you want me to do the motion?
Ian, can I ask you just to
clarify? Yeah, Ryan, go ahead.
So are you asking for like Island Health or CBRD to investigate every property as per like Plan B to go like where these individual homeowners are at with in regards to their systems, their current septic systems?
Thank you, Ryan, but no, I'm not. I think what I'd be asking CBRD to do would be to either draft or anticipate the bylaw that would be required to support inspection, maintenance, and enforcement, and then prepare a cost analysis of what that might cost on an all-in basis. Like, so for example, you're looking at the costs of a septic system between $25,000 and $50,000. What lifespan do you assume for that? So what's that's annual cost? So what we're really saying is, hey, if it's going to cost you $2,000 a year for a sewer, and if we pass this bylaw, it's going to cost you $1,800. Which would you rather have, right? So I don't know those things again. So perhaps my motion needs to be amended to draft the bylaw as well. But I don't want to be, that, I guess, directive out of it. What I really want to do is see the analysis of the costs, because for our work as a committee, if we know that it's 10 times the cost for a sewer, that's very different than if it's 10% more for a sewer, right? And I just want to see that analysis on an apples to apples basis.
So if I understand you correctly, Ian, you're suggesting taking like a 25-year life cycle of a septic system, and because we're using 25-year amortization costs, you want to show comparisons for that 25 years?
That sounds like a reasonable. I don't want to restrict staff if they believe some other number is the right time frame to do that on, but I guess 25 years makes sense on that basis, right?
Yeah, except for the if the debt is retired after 25 years, you would not be paying for the community system. You'd be paying some ongoing maintenance after 25 years, but the capital would be retired, right? The capital borrowing would be retired. So maybe we can show that. Yeah, maybe a 50-year period. just one more thing.
The other relevant number is what's the estimated life of a type 2, type 3 septic system properly maintained, because an enforcement bylaw would require it to be properly maintained.
WSP, do you have
I think you have been using this figure 25 years for the life of a septic field, right? Is that a reasonable ballpark figure?
Yeah, that's what's provided in the literature.
Yeah, I can speak to that a bit. That's a standard that we use. It's not a hard and fast rule, because obviously there's a lot of factors that impact the lifespan of a system, right? So, I've seen systems fail after 8 years. I've seen systems fail after 40 years. So it's a really broad number that you would be looking at. 20 to 25 years is probably sort of a middle of the road number to use.
That would be a convenient comparative. And if you did 2 rounds of 25, then you could show the debt retirement. Okay, Ian, thank you. Ian's put his motion into chat for people in Zoom. Do you want to, sorry, let me just ask, is there any other comment or discussion?
Well, what also would be relevant would be WSP did an analysis of each residential community had failing. There was like percentages of failing systems, systems that were not even online. Like there's properties. Maybe was that Island Health that did that? Maybe bringing that back, to the table would be good. I think to see that to compare this information. I don't know. That was a good table to see for the community to see would be.
Can we call that up? Can we show that today? Is that an option? Okay. Russell has wanted to make a comment. Thanks, Russell.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think this will be very valuable information.
Sorry, Russell, we can't hear you very well.
Thank you very much, Allison. I think this initiative will be very valuable information for the committee as well as the public. But I wonder too if there aren't other issues that might be addressed in this analysis, and that is there's a lot of unintended consequences of doing nothing. It's the continued existence of a septic field on a property that sterilizes that for other use. There's the potential that some lots may not be conducive to a form of septic treatment, just given their small size and the logistics of it. So if the intention is comparing the two things, how does the committee want us to also explore the potential of those other consequences of doing nothing?
I thought the idea was that none of us really thought doing nothing was a good idea.
If I was to interpret Russell's comment a little bit differently, it would be that we actually do make this an and statement in some way, that we adopt my motion to say that we do want to pursue the idea of an inspection bylaw, regardless of the implementation of a sewage system, right? And that, you know, I guess the implication of that is that just for area A, or does that then become implicated on areas B and C, where they're not quite as close to the water and there may not be the same implications because property sizes are bigger and all those sorts of things. So, you know, I'd be happy to modify it to say, let's ask for the bylaw and then compare the costs. But I'll leave that for debate as well.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful at some point for TACPAC to consider a motion about, you know, a more sort of direct advice about the implementation of a septic management system. So, but let's not complicate this discussion with that at the moment. If we want to do it separately, or it's something for you to think about and come back to it the next meeting. Sorry. Yeah, thanks. Just let me go back to I can't do all these things to what, who is it? Oh, Melanie?
Hi, yeah, I just wanted to, as far as I understood, the bylaw system was complaint based. And I think it would be helpful to understand how the bylaw would be enforced, like areas that are leaking into the sound may not see a complaint on them. So, you know, how effective that type of system would be, I think needs to be considered as well.
You're proposing annual inspection, right? Yeah. Yeah. Vince, go ahead.
Yeah, it's Vince here. I'll speak to that. With an inspection and maintenance program, it wouldn't be a complaint-based program. It would be a periodic program. So some examples in other areas, see individual properties have their systems inspected on a rotating basis, say every 5, 6, or 7 years for a type 1 system. And yeah, the type 2 and 3 systems, it's an annual requirement. And in order to demonstrate compliance with the bylaw, property owners would be required to submit paperwork confirming that they've had their annual inspections done.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Other questions or discussions before, oh, Ian?
Jim?
Oh, Jim, I'm sorry, Jim.
Yeah, when we're talking about a bylaw and the other system, the difficulty I see is if you live in an area where the next phase of being taken onto the big pipe system is 5 years away and your system happens to fail, are you going to require that homeowner to spend $20,000 where 5 years down the road there's going to be a sewer system? So that's going to be very tenuous to write a bylaw to address that issue, where it's a phased type of approach. And I understand an and or type situation or an or situation. It's either this or this, but to have a combined type of requirement is going to be very difficult.
It seems to me though that we're requesting the bylaw so we can see what it looks like. It's not necessarily that we have immediate plan or that we're going to recommend it for implementation. It's just part of this either or. What are we going to do? Because at some stage, this whole process has to be released to the people of Royston and Union Bay, and hopefully they're going to see the wisdom of a good decision. So, as I say, I'm not sure that we're asking the directors of the regional district to pass the bylaw. We're wanting to have a look and see what it would look like. Is that not, or am I misunderstanding it?
And just for clarity, I mean, the bylaw doesn't need to be drafted. The foundations, the key kind of content of the, what would ultimately become a bylaw would be, laid out for you. Yeah.
Yeah, Ken, I agree with you that, it doesn't have to be passed, but when we're talking about doing kind of both scenarios, that's maybe perhaps I misunderstood, but I did hear Ian mention something about depending on implementation dates and that sort of thing. So I may have misunderstood where you're coming from, Ian.
No, I don't think you did misunderstand, but I do appreciate the idea. Like, the example you used of a system fails 5 years before a connection might be available would then suggest that 5 years of leaking sewage, which wouldn't be appropriate, right? But if it was 6 months or 9 months or a year, there still needs to be an accommodation, I think, for the point that Jim is raising. But I think, again, over to staff to say, what would a bylaw look like? And then as we debate that bylaw, we can decide whether we attach the word and or to it as well, or is there a provision you put within it that says, you can have a holding tank for 6 months or whatever it is, right? But there'll be all kinds of things that come out once we see that bylaw, and we can decide on and or at that time.
Nico?
Yeah, I'd just like to comment that the proposed sewer area is just 1/3 of the sound. So there's 2/3 of the sound that's within the CVRD that would require that bylaw that are on septic systems and not suitable to have a sewer system. So that bylaw, in my mind, would need to be drafted in any case.
Yeah, I guess just to add to that, Nico. So what we can contemplate at this table is kind of the liquid waste planning initiatives for the plan area. So we're looking at kind of those areas that we showed on the map that are within the CVSS service area now and proposed to be connected at one point in time. That said, I think there's opportunity potentially to bring a similar bylaw forward to our electoral area services committee for decision for those kind of outlying areas as well.
Yeah, Melanie. Yes, yeah, you can see Andrew's comment there. He said, agreed, some form of enforcement bylaw is needed for the CVRD. I'm assuming. Yeah, okay. Melanie, you have your hand up.
Melanie is muted as well.
Okay, it's gone. Okay, I see no hands up. Any other discussion before we ask Ian to maybe put your motion on the table?
I've included the motion in comments, so I would say the motion is on the table and it would need a seconder.
And just for clarity, the motion is that staff prepare an analysis of the
estimated all-in annual costs of the sewer compared to the estimated all-in estimated annual costs of a septic inspection, maintenance, and enforcement bylaw.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Roseanne? Discussion? Questions? Anybody online? Just let me check online here. Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, carried unanimously. Any other information that you might want to have by the next meeting? About costs. We're just focusing on costs for the moment, and then we're going to go back and look at the various components of the community sewer system. Okay, good. Anything you want to say, Derek?
Jim has his microphone on here.
Oh,
I have
Jim?
a question on costs. The capital costs of the force main and some of the pump stations. We're also reliant on the partners in the process. I don't know what kind of discussions have taken place already with those partners. I know you don't have Class C estimates really to put out to them, but I'm just wondering if there is a feeling of how that is going to be received by those partners.
Feeling of optimism? Is that what you're asking? Is there a feeling of optimism? Is that what you're asking?
I'm just, given the history that's been around for a long time, I'm just wondering what kind of time commitment those partners might be willing to make in terms of providing these contributions, because it's going to greatly affect the ability to carry this project out.
Yeah, so I guess the costs that we presented today in terms of partner contributions have been presented and discussed with both our partners, and we are working with them to kind of I guess further refine the details as we kind of progress design over the coming months.
And I'm assuming those discussions have also talked about timing, so we're not talking 10 years down the road here.
But that's right, yeah.
I do have one further cost question that came up last meeting as well, and it affects probably 10% of the system, which would be those on the LPS systems. Inherently, the LPS system is less flexible than the gravity fed system in that. Mark, with respect to, we're only supposed to put certain things into a sewer no matter what it is. When it's not a septic system, more things go in. So the flexibility of an LPS system is definitely lower. The reliability of the LPS system is also lower in that it would be subject to power failures. And the third part of an LPS system is it's more expensive to the homeowner in that, as currently stated, the homeowner would be responsible for pumping the tank and for maintaining the grinder pump. They don't get a choice as to which type of system they use. Again, it's a geographical accident as to which has to happen. And I believe that we should be constructing, again, with fairness and equity in mind, that the costs of connecting through an LPS system and the reliability of an LPS system be made as equitable as possible. So thoughts, CVRD should be responsible for maintaining a fleet of replacement pumps. CVRD should be responsible for maintaining those pumps regardless of the fact that they're on private property. And that CVRD should be, as they've suggested, available to pump out tanks in the event of a 24-hour power failure. And that the costs of all of that should go into the service area. And part of the structuring of this so that we do not disadvantage people who are asked or told to be put on an LPS system.
Thanks, Ian. Any comments on that?
Yeah, I have a very simple question. Do you have any idea what other jurisdictions, other regional districts do concerning that? Or is it just fait accompli that the homeowner is responsible? What other regional districts do about that? Do you have any clue?
Yeah, I don't have a lot of regional district examples, but I have looked at a few municipalities, and generally the approach is that the private property owner looks after what's going on their property. in regards to costs, like I've looked a little bit at like sewer utility fees, for instance, in municipalities that have both gravity connections and LPS connections, because that's what I was looking for. I was looking for, well, do they charge a different fee for somebody that has a gravity connection versus a LPS connection? And I haven't found anything as of yet. That doesn't mean that there isn't an example out there. I just haven't unearthed it. But yeah.
I was made aware this morning of a situation up island where there's a 20-year-old subdivision with grinder pumps that are now failing, and there's a dispute as to who's going to pay for the replacement pumps. In that, you know, it's an integral part of the sewage system that, again, a homeowner had no choice in. And why would they be required to pay for a replacement pump when their across the street neighbor doesn't even have one?
Any other comments on that topic? Yeah, Nico?
Just sort of anecdotally, the concept of polluter pays, and sometimes life just isn't fair.
Any comments from the Zoom participants? Terry, were you able to get the chart with the failing septic tanks? Were you able to find that easily, that we could just, oh gosh. Maybe we can come back to that after lunch. Maybe that's a better way to do it. Because otherwise you'll be hunting on your laptop. Okay.
It's just good to have when we're presenting the public, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. And I don't know if in the past have we shared the slides? Are they on? They are. So they're accessible on the project webpage. So that would be helpful too. So I'm wondering if we have 15 minutes before you're going to break for lunch, and I'm wondering if we can go back to the beginning of the process, because we kind of went to the end, which was the cost. So we can go back to the force main. I think is where we're at.
If I could, Allison, I'm not sure that we talked around what I put on the table there, but I didn't feel like there's any resolution to it. Is there going to be further research on this? Is there going to be some thoughts about saying, here are some options as to how we might handle this?
Well,
or is it fait accompli, as Ken says, that or as Nico says, life isn't fair? But I'd love some resolution of this as to how is that question going to get handled?
I don't think there was resolution of it. I don't know. Do you want to continue discussing it, or does somebody? I
would like to know if it's going to be considered or if it's just off the table.
I don't think there was resolution of that question.
What I might suggest is we are going to have kind of a more fulsome discussion on collection systems after lunch. So maybe we can discuss it at that time, and then you can put forward a resolution.
Yeah, I think Ian, it's as much a principle that you've sort of laid out. And, you know, if there was, at some point, you're going to have to wrestle with these questions. And if you're suggesting that private property infrastructure be included in the community costs, right? And shared costs. That's, if I understand you correctly, right?
Yes, but mandated unique private infrastructure, right? Like it's not the connection from the street. It's the imposed infrastructure based on the selection of technology.
So there's 2 points of decision there for this committee, I think. Your recommendation related to low pressure systems, and then secondly, the attribution of costs. And so those could be policy decisions, policy recommendations from this committee forward.
And for clarity, I'm not suggesting we reconsider the LPS decision. I trust the technology people and that the right decision has been made as to the technology. Now it's about governance and fairness. And you're going to hear that word out of my mouth a lot. We need to be fair.
Yeah, I think we are hoping for a recommendation from this committee about that particular point, though. So so maybe you can just hold on to those thoughts, and the rest of the committee members can consider just how you will deal with that choice. You know, one, the choice of low pressure systems, and two, the attribution of costs for that infrastructure, either to the property owner or to the community system. Sure.
Great
Perfect.
question for Vince. Vince, is there not an existing system in the Comox Valley right now? Like in Comox, do you guys not have a sewer system? So are there LPS systems there? Are there gravity fed systems, or what's happening now currently?
Yeah, I don't have intimate knowledge of the collection systems within each municipality, but my understanding is that they would be primarily gravity based. But yeah, whether there are LPS systems within, I'm not sure. Yeah.
And so the costs fall on the homeowner, right, to maintain these systems? Okay. Yeah.
Just again, as sort of a prelude to our discussion after lunch and to the guidance that we're hoping we might get from the recommendations that we might get from the TACPAC. So just again, to work according to the terms of reference, and part of that I make reference to all the time is that just hopefully there'll be consensus decisions. But if not, if we take a vote and there's a dissenting vote, then the dissenting vote would be asked to offer some detail about that. TACPAC will operate as a joint committee. So we're working together here, both the technical and public committees together, and made by consensus. So. Do you want to talk about this, or do you want me to talk about? Okay, so this really is a graphic about just reconciling needs, wants, and reality. So we have a bunch of needs. The TAC, I like to think that these are not sort of explicit to either side. I mean, they're shared. There's recognition of the technical needs on all the committee members, and the wants of the community members, and ultimately, you know, there are constraints to your decisions, including funding, timing, operational complexity, geography, geology, and others. And in the end, there will be a preferred set of options that you're going to make recommendations forward to the local area services committee. So yeah, so today we're hoping to get some sense of your impressions and preferences around, particularly about the technical side of things, the engineering side of things. We've dealt with costs, and you've asked for some more information, but I can begin to see that there's people are formulating points of view about that. But if we can work through the engineering side, the force mains, the pump stations, and the collection systems, and the low pressure systems, and get some sense of where you're headed with that. Maybe we'll have some motions come out of today, maybe not, maybe they'll be deferred, but we're hoping by the next meeting, February 6th, we'll have some clear direction to move forward. Any comments on that process? Are you comfortable with that, Tabitha?
Just a question from the previous slide. It said constraints being geology and geography kind of things. And was that not like a geo assessment done in kind of the pre-design phase? Has that not been done yet? The geological analysis? Whew, that was tough to say.
So there's been desktop analysis done, but that further investigation will be done, as part of the more detailed design.
So are you comfortable with the process if we walk through these pieces of the project today, and either ask for more information or begin to formulate some impressions or some recommendations or considerations that you would want to advance forward? You all look kind of glazed over, which is a bit disconcerting. Yep.
Well, I guess I have a question born of ignorance. I'm not totally sure what, at some stage you're wanting us to vote. What would, not totally sure that what that resolution would look like.
Yeah. Can you put up the slide for the force main one? Let's just introduce this one. Can you go back to the force main, because it's a simpler one? So the question that we want to ask is, does TACPAC have any considerations, any recommendations regarding the force main alignment, for example? So that's the question that we'd like to ask, and like some feedback and some guidance, again, because your input is needed going up the chain, right? So, I mean, that might be a really, really simple question, or it might be really complicated. So that's what we're trying to figure out, right? So do you have any concerns? Are you comfortable with the force main alignment and any red flags up? If not, with the motion might be something like TACPAC is comfortable with the proposed alignment. Okay.
The interesting thing with that slide was, with the first statement, I'd say, I'm comfortable. And then you introduce the second part, which says value engineering might change this, right? And you kind of go, oh, what would that look like?
Sure.
And so it makes it a little harder when you say that there might be some good ideas, but we could sit here and paralyze this thing through that whole thing. And how do you fold value engineering into that, right? That says, we want to see that.
Yeah, so I think we talked a little bit at the last meeting about the value engineering process, but there were some opportunities for cost savings or value potentially identified through that process that the technical team's going to be having a more detailed look at. So we'll certainly bring that information back in front of the committee. But I think is there anything aside from that, from the committee's perspective, that
at this
point, any additional considerations? That's right.
Yeah, I think that's the way I'd like to propose it. At this point, with the information you have, are you comfortable with the force main alignment? So
Yes. Well, yeah, thanks to, WSP and you guys and the environmental people. Island Health, yeah, it's pretty straightforward. We're using corridors that are existing. Yeah, there are some stuff, Union Bay Estates have been watching for the last 4 years, across the way. Modi built a road to where that pump station 6 is going to be. They brought the elevation up 6 feet. There was Comox First Nation involved through that whole process of construction. So I'm pretty comfortable knowing that there's going to be the right people in place, during construction. So I'm comfortable with the alignment. Yeah.
Any discussion any further discussion on that, or would you like to break? Go ahead.
I think we should, let's break for, that was just kind of an example question, but let's break for lunch and then we can kind of dive in.
And that's,
sure. Definition of railroad.
And we'll come back to that then.
I just wanted to know, based on all the information we were provided today, is it confidential, or are we allowed to share this with our community?
Oh,
in order to, this
is a public meeting and it's being live streamed.
Just
so
making sure.
The recording of the meeting will be online for people if they want to see it and see some of the information, plus the slides will be available.
Yeah, and then I think we talked about the March public open houses as well. We'll be presenting some.
No, I think that would be a good thing. I think doing this in a closed meeting would be a very bad idea. All right, so we'll break and reconvene at 12:30. Thanks all. Mhm. Michael said he's not able to take control, so you'll have to be the slide person. You don't get to eat either. So we thought it might be useful to just go back to the slide. I know it's we're relentless in a way, but just to give you some confidence, this is sort of about incremental decision making, and that there are going to be several points for the TACPAC to come together and make some recommendations and then refine them based on new information. And Derry's just going to walk through this again. And then we're just going to, there are 4 topics for consideration today. You've dealt with the costing one, I think, for the moment. So it's the other 3 that we want to kind of work our way through, and Derry's just going to walk us through those, and then we'll come back to the force main. So just so you know what we'll be up to for the next 2.5 hours.
Yeah, so I guess just maybe taking us through this slide quickly once again. So looking at where we are right now, meeting 3, and then the next meeting we're calling 3.5 in February, really looking for recommendations that will be put forward to the steering committee that will really kind of inform the development of the plan put forward. And also, you know, if there's additional technical analysis and such that needs done, provide that direction to the team. And then, yeah, onto the steering committee to consider those recommendations, direction to proceed with drafting the addendum. And then that draft addendum will again come in front of this committee for consideration and comment. And then back again to the steering committee for both the South and the CVSS LWMP. And then, you know, based on kind of all of those comments, the final plan will be developed, and that again will be put in front of this committee for review and consideration, and for that kind of final decision point as to whether or not to adopt the plan. And any questions before we kind of move into the questions and considerations for today? Okay, so as Allison said, I'm just going to walk through the questions for kind of each of the different project components quickly, and then we'll kind of go back and have a chance to discuss each one. I just wanted to kind of give everybody an overview of some of the questions that we're putting in front of you for consideration today. So we've talked about the force main design one, so I won't spend additional time on that one. For the pump stations, I think at the last meeting, we presented 2 pump station design options. There was an above ground one with a building and potentially some opportunity for some public amenities. And then there was kind of the below ground kiosk option. And there are a number of criteria that might kind of help the committee when kind of considering these 2 options in terms of resilience, cost, environmental impact, the public amenities like the washrooms, neighborhood impact. So I think just kind of being mindful and thinking about those when you're weighing those 2 options. And then also the pump station location. So we've put forward a location kind of at the bottom of Royston Road and Marine Drive. And really this location was based on previous work that was done through the South Sewer Project, but also because it supports gravity collection. And we understood that to be kind of the preference of the community. And I think Ian presented some design options or considerations that could be included to increase resiliency to coastal flooding. However, if kind of the committee would prefer to see additional work done to look at some options for siting kind of outside of that coastal flood zone, then that is kind of the type of recommendation or motion that could be considered. But I guess just you know, there's other implications of that in terms of the collection system. So with that option, we'd also need to consider that broader application of LPS. So then looking at the collection system, really looking at kind of the preference of the different options. We've presented the gravity LPS with grinder pumps or a hybrid. What we've kind of put forward in the preliminary design is really that hybrid approach, trying to maximize the number of gravity connections, but really looking to LPS infrastructure along the foreshore to minimize impacts and kind of increase that resiliency. So I think what we'll be looking for direction from the committee on is, you know, which of the collection options does the committee prefer? Is there support for that kind of the preliminary design as it's been presented to you with that LPS infrastructure along the foreshore? And then are there other applications of LPS that should be considered? And just specifically kind of thinking about that coastal flood area, if we are going to consider an alternate location for the Royston pump station, then looking at kind of a broader application of LPS at those lower elevations. And then we also presented a phasing, a proposed phase 1A. And so looking for consideration from the committee on the proposed phasing, and then looking kind of to the plan to really see if there's interest in developing criteria to assist in determining timing of future phases. And, you know, that could be determined by partnership opportunities that present themselves, by opportunities for grant funding, if there's kind of an environmental need kind of above what's already known that presents itself, or potentially a petition from property owners in the area. Those could all be things that would really kind of, I guess, spur or drive kind of that timing consideration. And then costing, which we've already discussed a little bit, but we can come back to this one as well.
So that's what's ahead of us this afternoon. Any questions at this point? We'll go back to the force main. Start with the easiest one. So does TACPAC have any considerations, you know, recommendations, comments regarding the force main alignment?
Just kind of a general question about this decision-making process. In the larger liquid waste management plan process, our decision making was guided by like matrices where we had our factors and we gave weighted scores to different aspects. Are we going to have a similar process on this to make it more objective, or are we just going to have like very subjective discussion?
Well, we had a lot of discussion about this, leading up to this. And if we take the force main design as an example, the thinking is there is a single, rational alignment. So it's hard to generate something to compare with. So it's more about appreciating TACPAC's concerns or recommendations around this particular alignment. When it comes to the other ones, Dairy does have a matrix designed for the it's the pump stations, right?
Yeah, the design.
Yeah, the design options. So one of our intentions today was to ask the committee if they felt that would be helpful. So I think what we're trying to do is parse out those decisions that are fairly straightforward, we think might be straightforward, and the decisions that are more complex than if the committee would like to see a matrix prepared and there are some clear alternatives, then we could do that for you.
Okay, I think where we're looking at different alternatives, I think to have like objective and informed decision making, that matrix is crucial. I agree with your point on the force main. We're really only looking at basically a singular logical alignment. So considerations for that alignment, that's a good approach. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. If I can just add to that, where just from my point of view, initially in some of the components, there didn't appear to be alternatives, but they have emerged in the course of these committees' work. So where we had originally thought maybe there wasn't a need for a matrix, perhaps there is now. And just because you were involved in that first process, we had initially thought that we would essentially use the matrix and the weighting attributed by the larger committee, liquid waste management plan group.
Yeah, it's a good starting point. There was a lot of ideas and factors specific to the last process that impacted that matrix, but it's definitely, it'll be easy to start from that and you might need some adjustment.
Yeah, a starting point. Okay, thank you for that. So the answer is yes, when we get to that component where we have a matrix prepared, we'll share it. Okay. So on this first one, any recommendations or comments or thoughts that you'd like to offer regarding the force main design? Can I take that? Sorry, Ken.
Yeah, I've got a couple of comments. The first one is a sort of personal comment about the one on Marine Drive. I expressed at the time that the two positions chosen for the pump stations were fairly popular hangout stations, places for people walking their dogs and for recreation, and there's a little boat ramp and everything there. I just felt that it was not, given in an ideal world, it would be nice not to put it in an area where people just hang out to enjoy that part of the world.
Sorry, Kenny, are you talking about the pump station?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Can you hang on to that?
Oh, sorry. I thought this. Okay, sorry. I thought that was.
No, that's okay. We'll come back to that.
Okay.
Unless there's some. Well, there is a connection, obviously, but. So I don't want to rush this on beyond what you want, but if there is comfort, can we have a motion in principle that you support the alignment, given where we are today, given the information you have, that you're comfortable with the force main alignment? Sorry, Tabitha?
I would like to motion that we as a committee are comfortable with the force main alignment as recommended by the engineer in company. Is that good?
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously. Okay, thanks for that. And then, sorry?
No more work.
Yeah. You're out of business.
Next.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I guess for the pump stations, there's two considerations on this slide. One is kind of the design, the above or below ground, and the other is the location. And, you know, I know they're obviously related, but we did put together just a matrix to give the committee an idea of what that would look like in terms of a decision-making tool for the two design options, above or below ground. So maybe we'll share that and just kind of walk you through that, just so that you have an idea. And as we've said, we can develop kind of something more comprehensive that looks at the locations as well, and also at the collection system options.
And is this applicable by individual pump station? Like you could have one being a building and one being a kiosk? Okay.
Could be.
Is that going to be there?
I can't see it.
It's just.
I'll do it.
We're afraid we might crash the system again. Oh, we've lost.
It should work fine now.
Melanie, can you hear us now? She's just sent me a note that she's got no sound again.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, good. Perfect. Okay.
Just that when it crashes, it mutes us.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's good. Thank you.
So when did we lose?
We just, maybe we could just ask the question again. The people on Zoom, do you think you would find a matrix like this useful?
Very
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so I guess as we go through some of these questions, we can keep this in mind and we'll note, you know, the considerations and kind of goals of the committee as we hear them, and we'll use that to kind of develop a draft, and then we can work together through that draft at the next meeting and kind of further, make revisions so that we're all happy with it, and then go through and do our scoring.
Yeah, and I think it would be helpful to get this out to the committee in advance of the meeting, particularly because we're going to have to spend some time on the waiting, right? Yeah. I'm assuming committee members would want that. Okay.
Sorry, I have a question about the matrix. You talk about percentages to be determined. For example, the technical total, does that have to add up to 100%? Or which one, you know, what has, how do you add them all up? I guess.
We weighted them. So the total is 100.
So the grand total on this matrix would be 100.
The one at the bottom is 100%.
That's right. So for example, the technical component might be, I can't remember what it was for the various components in the last project, but might be 30%. Affordability might be 40% of the total of 100%. Yeah. Oh, well, sure. Sure. Well, let's, yeah. Would the committee be comfortable with that? So just in terms of the weighting, and I can't remember how we did this. If it was the total of overall technical there's technical, affordability. This is going to be hard to do without this in front of me, I think. Environmental, social, and then there were subcomponents, right? Maybe we could just take the overall, the technical, affordability, environmental, and social, and talk about how you would weight those 4 factors just at a high level. And how we did this last time, I think the engineer that was supporting this, we did a whole workshop, and then he suggested, based on the feedback of the workshop, how we allocated the weighting. But maybe just for the purposes of this exercise, we could just see if we could take those 4 components, and out of 100, what percentage would you attribute to each of those 4 components? Why don't we start with you, Ryan? Why don't you make a suggestion? Yeah.
Technical percentage of how important this is.
Yeah.
Technical would probably be about 35%.
And affordability?
Affordability is pretty high. I'd say probably about maybe another. Well, then you've got to look at environmental. That's tough. Social benefits. Yeah. Affordability, 40%. So we're at 75%. So environmental, it doesn't look like we're going to be doing a lot of disturbing. 75, maybe another 5%. Social benefit. Yeah, I'm left with 20%. Maybe environmental total, maybe a little higher, 10%, and then another 10% on social. 15. There we go. Just off the top of my head.
Yep. So we've got 35 for technical, 40 for affordable, 10 for environmental, 10 for social. Doesn't add up to 100, but close.
Doesn't? It does.
Yes. Sorry, 15 for environmental.
Yeah.
15 for social. Somebody else want to weigh in? How would you adjust those?
I just had a question about how we were calculating the environmental component. It looks like it only represents habitat restoration or enhancement, so it doesn't include any of the like best management practices or kind of contamination review things that came up in the earlier portion, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I think in the first go around, it was much more broadly described.
Yeah, I mean, certainly these are proposed goals, so we could adjust those and add in additional considerations. But I think the idea was that, you know, those mitigation measures would be applied kind of across the board in terms of mitigating impact. And so there wasn't really a difference between the two options. And so, yeah, that's why it wasn't included.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I'll just add a comment on that factor. Fortunately, in this stage and age, the technical component doesn't just mean, does it pump enough? If you read the description in the comments on the technical categories, it talks about being designed to deal with climate change and natural disasters, which is also an environmental aspect. It talks about the operation, the reliability and minimizing risk of failures and spills, which is also an environmental aspect. It talks about it being a long-term solution, so a long asset life. So you're not replacing that asset earlier with all that embodied carbon and additional environmental impact. So they are interwoven. And then calling out the environmental aspect being specific to the habitat impact, I think keeps it easier to be objective about.
So Andrew, would you care to chime in on how you would apportion the weighting?
Having said all that, I might make the environment a little higher. Like maybe equalize technical and affordability and add 5% to environment. So 35, 35, 15, 15.
Way to throw me under the bus, Andrew.
We're close.
Others? Are you comfortable? Ken?
I'm sort of baffled. To me, if we look at the technical one, it's resilience to external factors. If it's not resilient to seasonal aspects and natural disasters, it's a no-go. So I'm not sure why they add up to 100, because they're in some senses chalk and cheese. You know, whether they go or no go, it's not a percentage of how important it is. To me, it's a yes no. It's an either or question for a lot of these.
Well, I think it's about comparing options, right? Which of the options is more resilient than the other?
Okay.
Andrew, did you comment on that?
That's all I was going to say.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so when we look at this at the next meeting, we'll be looking at kind of these goals and assigning a percentage, but really looking to kind of two options that we're evaluating.
Okay, so if you're comparing two options,
that's
it's
right.
not
Yeah.
Okay,
right. Which is why
that wasn't apparent to me. I don't know whether it was apparent to anybody else.
Which is why for the forest main, where there really isn't another option to have a clear comparison, we couldn't see a way to use a matrix for that one. Right.
Could I just say something about affordability also on the same subject? We're comparing the affordability of the two options, right? Which, if I recall from last meeting, which I have mom brain, so might not be the greatest, but I didn't remember there being a huge cost difference between the two.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure that we need a huge weight for that.
So it would be a wash, right?
Potentially, but then we're weighting it quite high then if the costs are quite similar.
I think we'd want to view these categories though as what would the people we're representing say, right? Would they say affordability is important? And I think that the answer to that would be yes. They would say it's
of the whole project, maybe, but a pump station, the two comparable options of the pump stations.
I still think they would say if they don't know that they're very close. They would say it's an important topic,
But we do know that they're very close.
but they don't, right? And if we then said, well, you only value it at 10%, they would kind of, well, you didn't put enough weight on that, then we'd have to go and explain it and all that sort of thing, right? I think, if we think about this, the most important things here are technical capabilities and affordability, right? And that's what we've got here, like that we would do it that way. If we said, okay, well, because they're close on technical capability and they're close on cost, let's give each of those 5%. We'll put, 45% on environment and 45% on social. Our constituents would look at us and go, "What? You guys didn't do that right." That's kind of where I'm coming from it on, is that we want to represent these percentages on what is important to those we're representing. My 2 cents anyways.
If I can just go back to Ken's question. So how I would do this, on the right-hand side, we'd have 2 columns. We'd have option 1, option 2, and then we'd have scores for each of them and a total.
Yeah, I'd be happy with a scoring of comparing A and B rather than trying to assign a percentage, because a lot of these things are, I'm presuming when we get to the resilience to external factors, both the options are going to get similar grades. So perhaps it's just an engineer's way of doing things, which isn't mine.
Well, if we take the pump stations, for example, and look at affordability, one is going to be more expensive than the other, right? One is going to score better than the other, right?
Yeah, that's one that makes sense, but there are some, as I say, there were some that, at least to me, didn't make sense.
Yeah.
Are we talking about all the pump stations or a specific pump station? Because there's
in phase 1, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so Royston and
Union Bay.
Union Bay. Okay, because there will be, I'm sure, different factors in different stations, and depending on locale as well. So okay, that clears it up.
So we could prepare that for the next time and plan to work through that.
Having a dry run. Thank you.
I'd like not to have shut Roseanne's idea down, though. I just was doing a counter argument. So I love others' opinions on what Roseanne had to say too.
Are there any, are we going to go back to the other slide? Yeah, thanks. So then we might have to do the 2 pump stations above ground, below ground, above ground, below ground. Yeah, okay. Is there any other input you want to do in advance, or you want to offer in advance of that, Tabitha?
I'm sure WSP can say more about this, but I just looked up the report and they are about $1 million difference between the 2 options, which out of $4 million is actually a decent percentage. So, but I also maybe agree with your point that 3 million, 4 million, it's not that huge. Chump change. Yeah.
Yeah, I see it then.
So on your point, there's not that much difference. So that's the difference between pump station 1 and pump station 6. But the option, just the difference between the 2 options, if you just look at the building, it is not that much. So that was the operational cost. So yeah, it's in the order of $100,000 on a pump station. So on Roseanne's point on that was, if your weighting is so high on the affordability, then if you have the 2 options and you've only such a small difference, the one pump station is going to score much more than the other one. So just by making a decision on a pump station, the cost, if it's such a small cost, I'm not sure exactly how you rate the system, but if it's 40% and the other one will score 0 for that one because this one is so much higher, then on 100,000, it makes quite a big impact to say we made a decision based on that pump station alone.
Thanks, Ian. Any other comments that you want to offer about the first question here, above ground, below ground? Any impressions you want to give? Your immediate response, whether you prefer above ground or below ground? Give us a sense of what's on your minds.
I prefer above ground for a variety of reasons. It's more affordable to build. It's more affordable to maintain. It's safer, especially for the operators, especially if you stick as much of the valve equipment above ground as you can. And it does offer the opportunity for different amenities. And I always keep in mind when you talk about an above ground pump station, you can design it to look like the fanciest house in the neighborhood. And I can take anyone on this committee to several pump stations or send examples that you would not know is a pump station. So that's where my bias lies for sure.
Others? No strong feelings, Jim?
My preference is probably both, depending on locale again. There may be stations, and I know we're only doing the 2 of them, but as we go forward, where a caisson type pump station might be considerably cheaper than an above ground station, or the inverse is also true depending on the locale. So, but certainly from a operations perspective, an above ground station is way safer for the operators. Your motor control centers, your generators are quite a bit more secure being in a building than being out in the open. Things like if it's a kiosk outside or subject to more vandalism, impact by a vehicle, all those things come into play. So I much prefer the above ground design.
We're only talking about these 2 pump stations in phase 1, right? So we'll try to focus on those.
Okay, above ground.
Okay. Yeah, Ian?
Get my time to speak now. So just make sure that when we speak about above ground, it's both of the pumps. It will still be in a manual type thing, so it can be either a caisson or an excavated one, depending on the size. But they will both be submersible pumps. So when we talk about above ground, just make sure that we understand that it's more of an enclosed environment for the one option, and the other one is without enclosure on it. So it still means that you have exactly the same pumps, you have exactly the same functionality. You're now just the one option has everything contained within a building, and the other option is just this in units, kiosks. Everything is in controlled units, still feasible for outside, but it's just not enclosed. So that's the main option, the main difference between the 2.
Is there a difference in operator safety based on these 2 options?
Not really, because we need to look at confined space entry. And when you go down to this manual pump station, you will still deal with that. It's only when you deal with the valves and the valve chamber, we will design that or where it is designed to be still accessible without having confined space entry. So on an operator safety, it should, there's not much difference between the 2.
Ian, how about for noise abatement? You're going to have odor control at these pump stations. So would one be quieter than the other in terms of neighborhood noise? Also for abatement of noise of a generator potentially. So
your generator will be your largest contributor to the noise. And if you contain it in a building, it's better because for the sound. It is more challenging for operator, not only safety, but just for operational wise, they preferred a lot of our clients, like Metroman, they prefer to be on the outside because they get easier access to it. But you're right, everything will have an acoustic hood on it, so it will be as dim as possible, but you will still the contained building of the building will be less noisy because it's contained. It's not going to be that much difference. You will you still have limitations where you need to measure the amount of sound that they get and what is allowable in the area. So they need, both of them will have an acoustic hood on, but the one will be increased a little bit. But
Any other thoughts? Ken?
Yeah, just a small point. You talk about operators. Are these, but I was assuming that these systems are designed to operate automatically, and it's only in the event of an upset that you require an operator to go down there. Is that true?
with all mechanical equipment, you need operator intervention. So once again, there's a big difference between the small grinder pumps that you use on LPS, which is easy. You pull it on the chain, take it out, and you rinse it off, you put it back. So these larger pumps, they have intervals where they need to be serviced. So they will pull out the pumps, make sure, clean it off, make sure there's nothing stuck, everything's operating, and then put it down. So you will still need, there will need to be an operator once a day, just driving past, make sure there's no loud noise, everything's working. But it's not as if you need somebody 24/7 running. This thing will set up that as soon as something goes wrong, there will be alarm at where it's monitored. Somebody will be able to be sent down. So nobody's going to be there on a permanent basis, but they need to do certain maintenance events on a regular intervals.
Tabitha?
I'm wondering if beyond the washrooms, if there's any other public amenities that would be options with more or less with either of these. So I'm guessing like roadside parking might be impacted, which in the Royston area can be quite busy in the summer with just people. Or like just kind of maybe, you know, what there's, I know in Royston right now, there's this little box for kids' beach toys, but it's only there for a couple months. Just something like, you know, to make one more appealing than the other. Is that an option? Is that not an option? Like just for, yeah, just that social benefit to, you know, contradict the visual impact maybe and make it worth it. Even planting of trees or shrubs, that kind of thing. Is there any that's makes that more possible or less possible?
I think that's the sort of input that they'd like from the committee. I mean, if there are benefits that you think could be there, might be there, then you should put them forward. I think those are interesting suggestions.
I know all the neighborhoods want some sort of kids facilities. That's what I could say at this point. Yeah. You can swing over the little pumping.
Lindsay on Zoom.
Thank you. I just wondered if we could speak just a bit more to planned maintenance activities. So to compare the one style of lift station to the other, one would be where the pumps would be lifted, the operator would be contained within a building. So the pumps would be lifted out of the wet well for most maintenance. Maybe we could speak just a little more to what type of frequency, once a week, once a month, and or if you know how often an actual confined space entry, so an operator descending into the wet well itself would need to occur, say annually, for example. Just curious. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that question, Lindsay. For this exercise, both options will be the same. So it will not be a complete enclosed building that we typically do for larger pump stations, like the regional pump station that we thought about. That will be completely enclosed, so you can pull out the pumps within the building. But for both these options, it's just too costly to build a complete building with a gantry and a crane over the wet well as well. So for this one, there would be no difference between the two. If you need to service the pumps, take that out. On the point of maintenance, they typically go into pull the pumps once a month or once every second month. These pumps will be new, so it will be longer. Once again, it depends what they are pumping. So they can easily see it on their SCADA system. It will pick up there's a rise in, there's a drop in flow or a rise in the power that it pulls, so on the amps of the cycle. So they can see that there might be something wrong, and that will be a forced event where they need to pull the pump. But for them to remove the pump, it shouldn't be, it's not confined space entry. They get to the site and they remove the pump, because all the submersible pumps have quick release functions, so scan block setup. So it's very easy to take them out. Then on the confined space entry, so just for the rest of it, if you go into this in a wastewater treatment where where you need to use a ladder or need to escape and there's a risk of H2S, you need to you vacuum the whole area. You need to get air changer to make sure it's safe for anybody entering this confined space. It costs a lot of money to go down a confined space, because you need to withdraw the air, you need to pump in air, make sure everybody is safe. So for that, there's no reason why it's needed, especially in the beginning, but at least once a year they will need to go down, just make sure there's nothing stuck. But they can, a lot of it will be a visual inspection first, where they drop it down the water level to as low as possible, do a visual inspection, and if there is something wrong, or there might be more in the future when you get more corrosion on the concrete itself, then they will typically go down. But if something for the regular maintenance, it's not something they do. They do it regularly.
Perfect.
Does that answer your question, Lindsay?
Yeah, it does. It adds a lot of clarity. Thank you so much.
Nico?
Yeah, I don't know if we're overcomplicating this decision making, because I guess the question is, the most important things are the resilience and the cost. So is there any difference between the two systems in resilience? I guess not. Is there a difference in cost? Yes, there's a difference in cost. So surely it's our responsibility to consider the lowest cost option. And then with that in mind, are there any differences in the environmental impact between the two systems? I'm guessing not. So with cost in mind, choosing the cheapest option, and then maybe considering, should we add on public amenities, and what does that do to the cost, and which has got the biggest impact on the environment, smell, odor, noise.
So on the pump station itself, functionality exactly the same. Operational, very close to the same. There's not much to choose it between a generator and a odor control unit in a building or outside a building. Once again, everybody has environmental enclosures on it if the MCCs and the kiosks on the outside. But once again, they are exposed to the elements more. So they, instead of 40-year lifespan, they might have a 35 years. So it's such a small impact. What made it different, why we looked at various options was, yes, now we're building a large building, 2.5 meters tall, in front of somebody's property or in the neighborhood, so you can actually see it. Once again, like Andrew stated, we can make it look very nice, and we have landscape architects that could put all the plans around it to hide it as much as possible. But the other option was the cost-saving option, where you don't see as much, but it once again prone to vandalism if you really have that concern. So that is the main things that we should consider. On an environmental side, like I said, shouldn't be much of a muchness. It will have the same impact. It might have a little bit of a smaller footprint, especially. And one of the options that will also might weigh in a factor is it's so much quicker to build. So you can most of these things you can do off-site, bring it to site and install it. With the other one, you need the building need to be complete, then you load all of that. So, but that is factored into the costing of it.
Ian?
My impression of this, my impression of this discussion is it's highly knowledge-based, right? And that as I listen to it, I don't have the requisite information to offer a score for either of these designs. I do like that perhaps we as a committee assign weights to these things, and that perhaps we give some consideration to those weights being relatively equal across different components of the system so that we have the same priorities. But that CVRD and WSP provide us their recommended scoring for our analysis or our review, because I don't feel competent to score it myself. Just my opinion.
Ken?
From what I heard Ian say, if resilience is the same for both designs and environmental impact is the same for both designs, why include them in the matrix? They just complicate the matrix. It's only the different, we're trying to compare, well, we're trying to contrast differences. So there's little point in, in comparing things that are identical. And that's why that's why I'm a bit baffled by the matrix.
So Ken, based on what you know, then what conclusion do you come to?
Well, a large element of bafflement still, I think. But as I say, we spent a lot of time arguing about differences between above ground and below ground. But what we've heard is that from an operational perspective, they're identical. So that's therefore not a criterion for choosing one against the other. We're comparing. If you're comparing A and B and this component's the same for each one, there's no point in having that in the matrix. Or am I missing something?
Well, I think, they would be a wash on those factors, but there are the other factors, right? There are social benefits. And I think early on, there was a suggestion that there could be washrooms there, which in many cases might be a huge advantage, but I also heard it would be a disadvantage here, right? Would there be other social benefits, for example? So, and then the cost difference. So the two criterion that would seem to rise to the top in this case are cost and social benefit, right? So the others are a wash, fair enough. Yep. So then based on those, what's the preference, right? I mean, really the purpose of this committee is to have both some technical expertise and the public expertise, right? And to offer some recommendations about these choices, right? So that's, that's what we're hoping to hear. Yep, Ryan?
Well, no, I just got Roseanne to pull up the two designs. So when you look at it visually, we can say, okay, well, and we're talking about 1A here, we're talking about pump station 1, what's best going to suit this area. If we look at it visually and then we go down to cost, obviously we know now resilience, then we know environmental impact. Well, that might have a different impact because it's right on the water, and then we can go down that way. So if we look at pump station 1 on the monitor, on the screen, and then we can talk about the points.
Yeah. So the presentation that came at the last meeting, right, where we had presentations about the pump station. So what we could do is put together a little presentation that focused, that had the information on those two pump station options, the costing information, the environmental impact information, and the potential social benefits or disbenefits, right? And then we could work through that at the next meeting.
We've already sort of talked about all these points, and we can just talk about visual impact or environmental impact by having the pictures on screen right now, and then we can continue discussion, and then it's done.
Yeah, can we do that?
Or we can wait till next meeting and talk about it.
Let's see if we can get the pictures up.
If that's doable. Or am I? Yeah, I mean, to Ken's point, it seems like, why are we even talking about this? Well, this is why we're talking about it. This is a great example. Pump station 1, having why there are differences and why there should be different matrix. Tabitha, I can see the playground now. If we go with.
So option A is above ground, option B is below ground. I'm right about that, right? And the cost differences, Ian, or can you just take us back to those again?
On this one, it was 103,000 between the two.
Out of a total budget of,
It was for the pump station, on the just the earthwork building, mechanical and electrical. Sorry, the one was 1.4 million, the other one was 1.1 million. So that's 300,000 difference, which included not just the building. So it's 130,000 difference in the building. It's a little bit more of a cost for the mechanical and for the electrical in terms of lighting and just the longer pipe work. Yeah, 300 total.
So did everybody hear that? The building was $300,000.
So option A, 300 grand more.
so the above ground is 300 grand more.
Just to clarify, there were two locations as options for this, that there, and then a right down. Are you asking the committee to decide between those two different locations as well?
So similar, I guess, overall general location, but kind of, you can see this one on the right of the walkway, and then this one on the left.
Sorry, one is south of the walkway and one is north of the walkway?
Yes, that would be a bit.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. Yeah, Tabitha.
I have a question about the locations. This current view one, based on my understanding, is really close to Roy Creek. Is there any impacts, or there's no additional impacts, just being that it's much closer to a creek? I mean, they're both very close to the foreshore, of course, but
yeah, that's
like in the picture, it's
question.
obviously not perfect, but kind of looks like it would be touching Roy Creek. But it's hard to say.
Shouldn't be that close. This is a artist impression.
Yeah, that's what
I think so. It's not. It shouldn't be that close. It would be much closer to the boardwalk.
I'd like to ask Ian to confirm on resilience. Like, the assumption seems to be being made that there is no difference in resilience between a building and a kiosk. But I want to hear from Ian whether he believes that there is or is not a difference in resilience.
Thanks for putting me on the spot there. Between the options itself, if we look at normal operation, run of the mill, there is not much of a difference. So it is outside, it's designed to be outside. So that doesn't make a difference. The biggest difference will come in a bigger differentiator might be if we have an extreme weather event. If we look at climate change, the building might be a bit more effective keeping out the high winds and the water. But if that building is not a water retaining structure, so if the water table increase enough, it will go through the building as well, which will give you to end up on a it will just allow you the whole area to be demolished that need to be damaged if we have that sort of a climate change event. Once again, what's nice about the other option is if we foresee that sort of a rain event, if we see this sort of a situation coming, it's easy enough for the CVRD to pick up the genset, take it away, pick up the odor control unit, lift it up and take it off site, because we expect that to happen. With the other one, it's much more difficult to remove. Once again, our pumps are submersible pumps, so that they will not be impacted at all. Our valves, none of the other stuff. It's only the electrical supply that might be influence, but that will be influence for both options. And then I know the next question is going to be, why don't we build this on a second story, put the electrical building even higher above, but then it's once again a visual impact. Now your MCC sits on a second story about 4 meters above the final ground level, which have an impact on the social element of this.
So what I'm hearing is you didn't mention vandalism this time, but you mentioned it before, which would be probably the kiosk would be more susceptible to vandalism. So it sounds like there is a real balance in factors here that says that resilience isn't really an argument.
Jim?
Yeah, my preference is a building, of course. I'm a building kind of guy. This is a marine environment. I have seen waves breaking on that road down in Royston. I do believe the building, although it's not watertight, would be much more resistant to the winds and storms that do happen in a marine environment. The building has the advantage of it gives a washroom there for possibly the public, but certainly for the operators that may have to go down there and work there. They can wash their hands, they can go to the bathroom. They can store materials in that building, such as oils for changing the generator. There's a whole variety of reasons why I prefer an above ground building. So really, I think it a little bit comes down to cost, but I think there are some major advantages to having above ground building. Your comment about the second story, yeah, that was a comment I made, but that was kind of off the top of my head. But that's not to say with a building that you cannot elevate the MCCs within the building itself and still keep a fairly low profile on the building. They can be 4 feet off the ground. They can be up on grading, whatever. There are some still options to elevate those critical components. The concept of, oh, there's a big storm coming, we're going to lift out the genset. Well, that sounds good, but pretty hard to do. It's all wired up. It's all bolted in. And then what do? You're doing it because there's a storm, and then you have no backup power. Doesn't make a lot of sense to put that out there to me. Sorry.
Thanks, Jim. I have Caitlin and Andrew on Zoom. Caitlin, you go ahead.
Yeah, I just had a quick question about like climactic event frequency, like if that had been modeled against these locations, like if you had an understanding of whether it was like a 1 in 50 year event or a 1 in 100 year event that would be affecting this infrastructure.
Yeah, this was looked at in relation to the most recent coastal flood mapping, which the maps the 200-year event, I'm pretty certain.
Okay, great, thank you.
And I just had,
Andrew?
yeah, I just had another comment about like operational issues. And Jim can probably back me up since this is what he did for a living, but your sanitary pump station, they don't tend to have problems on the nicest day of the year. You tend to run into problems when it's really nasty out and pouring rain. So again, for operator comfort and safety, a building is definitely preferred to a kiosk setup. So I think there's a distinct difference between the two options from an operational standpoint. And I had just one other comment about like the assessments in general during the larger liquid waste management plan. When we were looking at these matrices, the technical advisory committee dealt with the technical aspects, and then the public advisory committee would deal with only the public aspects. There was that division. I think from some of the comments, I think that's what a lot of the public advisory committee members would be comfortable with. And I would definitely agree with that. The TAC members should be looking at like cost and operational effectiveness. And then PAC members, we would look at the social impacts and things like that. And maybe everyone gets a say on environment. Thanks.
So I feel like I can express an opinion now in that if there's a $300,000 difference on both pump stations, like so each of them, right? So that probably equates to something like less than 0.2% of the cost of building out the force main in the first two pump stations. And if we've got resilience advantages, safety advantages, public social benefits, all those sorts of things that come with a building, then for that small increment of the overall cost of it, I would be in favor of the building.
Tabitha?
I was gonna say something about the location. As a Royston resident, I would actually recommend the other location, and maybe some people could argue this and I could be convinced, but just because some of the public amenity, like the picnic tables, are closer to this current picture.
This is the northern location.
Yes,
Yeah.
because there's picnic tables and there's a barbecue pit there and everything, so it would make sense just that's kind of more together.
Mhm.
That's my opinion.
We seem to be having a discussion about this, so we'll just carry on if everybody's okay with this, Ryan?
Yeah, no, above ground and option A would make best sense.
Yeah, option A, right. In the northerly location. Anybody else want to chime in? Anybody on Zoom? Are you thinking you might want to make a recommendation? How about sort of a halfway measure that you put forward a recommendation for option A in that northerly location for reconsideration at your next meeting?
Yes, with washrooms. I'll do the landscape.
Then you can have some time to think about it, but you kind of sort of indicated a kind of a preference.
A preference, absolutely. I mean, and due to the environmental assessment, that lot looks like that's across the street was, and I'm just assuming that that's where the old storage facility was. So that's to develop that would be, there's not going to be stuff developed there for a little while. I'll be guessing, but
Anybody on Zoom want to offer a comment? Option A in the northerly location? Do you want us just to record that and we won't take a motion? We'll just bring that forward at the next meeting. Is that okay with you guys in the engineering world? Okay.
Doesn't this feel like it should be two recommendations? Option A and location. Option A or B and location 1 or 2.
It could be.
It sounds like we could almost make one of those decisions now. Right?
well, absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you want to go ahead with that.
I would just say recommend option A, building.
So above ground building. There's a seconder. Jim, any discussion? Ryan?
Why does, the people in Royston would, yeah, we can see, we have visual reference here, what the building's going to look like. I would guess that those residents would want to see, some sort of modeling, so like maybe a little bit clearer modeling. But that's all I would suggest.
Yeah, I think we can put together some architectural drawings now that we know the preference, right?
Yes.
And, yeah, have that for consideration.
Tabitha?
Can I just add that if there are any additional public amenities, maybe staff could consider that and bring it back, like just a cost us, nothing like elaborate, but yeah, if there are some additional public amenity options that could be brought forward. I don't know what any options could be given the space constraints, but just, soften the blow.
No, I get it. Yes, maybe a small little playground, a couple teeter totters might go a long way. Yeah, absolutely.
Any other discussion on above ground option A? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, unanimous. And then in the northerly location was the second part of that.
The northerly I was thinking of the southerly location because the barbecue pit is further north than the ramp. So we would choose the southerly location. You'll want the barbecue pit to be further away from the building. Oh. Okay.
I think we have the same opinion, this opposite opinion for the same reason.
Yeah.
I'd like to argue strongly for both sides of this.
So should we vote on location as well? Or do we
Yeah,
need
that
further
this is,
discussion?
yeah, we've split it in half. So the second piece is the location.
I think my only thought was that there was some discussion on, you know, this would be really good for the topography location. Was there any discussion about moving it somewhere? I know the cost might have gone through the roof on moving it to like the west side of the highway, right? Because I know there's environment because of the LPS. Yeah, was there any?
That is actually the second question here, which is, I don't know if you can pull that up again, that slide.
Yeah, so I think, we've provided two options, that the north and the south side of the walkway there, but we did hear at the last meeting, there might be some committee members that feel that the alternative locations could be explored. So I think that's something we'd be looking for further direction from on this committee, but then also considering the impacts to the collection system. So more LPS connections versus gravity and just kind of, yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I know the repercussions of exploring that further. So yeah, I just remember hearing that.
Yeah.
And sorry, Ian, that maybe that's sort of back on your plate a little bit before we vote on location. Was there concern? I don't know, from other members, or am I misremembering? Or should we just move forward and we love the location?
This location allows for gravity, right? And westward location would not allow for gravity. Is that correct?
So we haven't explored that at all. That was one of the suggestions that came out of the value engineering as well. But if you would explore more westward up in the road, you will might need get away with LPS, but then you might just need a small collections pump station still at that point, which is much smaller, just for the local flows collected at that point and pumped to that pump station number 6. Because you think if you wanted to go above the flood line, then you need to move quite a distance up the road, and then for that bottom area, you would still need a small pump station. The LPS wouldn't be able to convey all the flow to that pump station. Then you will still have a small manhole. Once again, now we're talking about 20 liters of 10 liters a second that's coming in. So it's much smaller. So you don't need all the nice to haves that you have on the bigger pump station, but that will still need to be there.
Tabitha?
On a percentage basis, would it be a lot more expensive or cheaper?
That is now where our matrix come in, because how much it's a large component of it is a social component, but now we will sit with the same pump station, plus we will sit with a smaller pump station as well. So we will need to add additional pump station with additional line coming to that pump station. So it will increase the cost. If you look at a preferred site, you always want to have your pump station typically on the lower side where you can gravitate everything to that pump. And that was why this site was originally chosen, because it was the most ideal site. We can investigate.
Yeah, I think we've had a lot of discussion on LPS, and I think ideally we don't want to add more LPS systems on. So I think the lower location is probably more ideal in terms of potential failure of the station. Even if it's a small station and there's failure, you're not going to even need the other station because there's nothing to pump there because the lower one's not working either. So I think the lower site is probably the way to go. And as long as we can make it as attractive as possible for the community, I think that's a much better choice.
Any other thoughts, Ryan?
No, Ian, go ahead. I was going to say.
I was just wondering if, if we did have a more westward pump station, if that wouldn't increase the resilience of the whole system, given that there's flows coming from Union Bay through that pump station as well, right? And you have, sort of these 200-year flood events, which probably not now be 20-year flood events, just being a little facetious, but like I think we have to anticipate increasing frequency of these events. Wouldn't that increase the resilience of the system, and therefore would it be worth considering?
So the idea is to have a regional pump station close to the highway in the future. So this pump station will then, at this point, like we said, we daisy chain it from Union Bay all the way to this point to Royston, and then from Royston to the siphon. But in the future, and we're not 100% sure of the timeline, depending on how it will expand, we will need to build a pump station closer to the highway. Then this Royston pump station will only be the localized pump station. Then move up. So that's one of the reasons why we had the regional pump station, for that resilience. So the plan is not for this thing to be there to be the large pump station for the next 50 years. It's just interim.
So do you want to consider this now, or do you want to just forward this on for next meeting? Sorry, thank you. Do you want to consider this now, or do you want to just forward this on to the next meeting? Roseanne?
I'm not hearing a ton of opposition to deciding now. It sounds like,
Let's decide now.
Yeah.
Okay.
We had a pretty in-depth discussion.
Okay. This is a group. You're people of action here. So, all right. Somebody want to put forward a motion? Ryan or Ian?
What am I, the motion guy?
Stage, Ian.
Absolutely.
I move that we locate the pump station in the northerly location.
Can I just make a note that these are recommendations to the steering committee, right? Yep.
Okay, I move that we recommend location of the pump station in the northern location.
Thanks. Seconded by Tabitha. Awesome. Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, carried unanimously. Really, people of action. All right. Thank you for that. Progress is being made. So we're just going to go back to the slides and the next. And not that one.
Sorry, we only have 10 minutes left.
Sorry? No, we have 10 minutes left. Thank you, Michael.
So maybe with that in mind, in considering the collection system questions, put some thought to any additional information that you might want us to bring back to you for the next meeting.
Yeah. So these are the questions, right? Which of the collection options does the TACPAC prefer in order of preference? It's for you to order the preference, right? Gravity, LPS grinder pumps, hybrid gravity and LPS or other. And then for the hybrid, do you support LPS to minimize installation of infrastructure along the foreshore or other applications where LPS should be considered? So is there some additional information you might want, Tabitha?
I think we mentioned it last meeting, but just a bit clearer of with the recommended option, mostly gravity, but a little bit of LPS, where those LPS like just on a map or a number of houses or something like that, just to make it a little bit more clear.
Also, in regards to infrastructure along the foreshore, I'm not sure that we've had much information beyond that phrase. What type of infrastructure would be installed along the foreshore if we were using, that would be if it was an all gravity system, is that what it is?
That's right, yeah. So for those, that portion of Union Bay that we're looking at LPS for, if that were to be connected by gravity, there'd need to be a pipe kind of in front of those people's homes, those properties. So that, yeah.
Is that actually feasible? Like, I mean, there's not a lot of property in front of, there's not even a lot of land in front of those homes.
It'd be very challenging.
Okay.
Sorry, Darius, just want to go to the next slide. So collection system, pump stations, oh, phasing. Is that the next? Yeah. So this would be the other item we would consider at the next meeting.
That's right.
So this is really about the geographic limits of phase one. And the question is, do you support the configuration as proposed? And then a question about future phasing. So is there any additional information you'd like for these questions for next time?
I think the question I have is to understand better how phase 1A was chosen,
Yeah.
right? That,
how was it
you know,
determined?
there's a certain part of me that says, well, why not include the rest of Royston? Why not include pump station 3 and Kilmarnock along the way? And I recognize the project gets bigger and maybe, you know, grant funding is tied to certain things, right? But one of my understandings at one point along in the process was that the strategy was to maximize the grant per household in terms of selecting the scope of this project. Now, I don't know if that was actually true, but it was spoken to me at one point in time, right? And I wonder if that strategy is the correct strategy or whether it's minimizing the cost per household. And, you know, certainly the difference between those two things is all about the denominator of households that go into this, right? It's easy to maximize the grant per household, include one house, right? and you've maximized it. But as soon as you start including more, then the grant gets spread out a little bit more. In some ways, that sounds very fair to me to spread that grant out more. And I'd just like to understand the technical reasoning a little bit better as to why this phasing.
So I think what we could do is provide kind of some cost per household if we kind of broadened the scope of phase 1A for the committee's consideration. So looking at some different options, what's proposed versus, yeah.
It kind of comes back to one of those motions too about creating an equitable cost per household across this, right? So.
Any other information you'd like for the next meeting? Okay. Do you have some concluding thoughts? Otherwise, we'll maybe leave it there.
Yeah, I think that's great. Some good progress and some important things to consider at the next meeting. So looking forward to February. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thanks very much, you guys. And in the meantime, if there are things that other information that you want to have before the next meeting, then let us know. And we'll endeavor to have some of this information out to you before the next meeting.
Anybody online?
I don't have any hands up. Anything that the Zoom people want to add? Andrew, as our leader?
I have nothing to add. I look forward to the next meeting where I will hopefully be in person.
Great. Thank you, Andrew. Thanks all.